It's Monday. Hello, everybody. It's Jacquire. Hello, Jacquire.
Hello, Andrew. Hello, everyone.
You're back.
That's
I think this is the record for the longest time between part one and part two of anybody we've done.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll accept it.
It's a record. You know,
Yeah.
every record's a good record. So have you been well? You're in a different room than last time. Last time you were in front of your gear. This time you're in front of some records, some Grammy foam, a couple of like upside down looking NS10 but not NS10 things.
Oh yeah, those are little amphions. Yeah.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah.
So is this
This is
your
my
office?
office at the studio.
Nice. It looks very, very officey. It's very well done. And I like the kind of blue in Abbey Road.
They're important records.
Yeah, yeah. I've
There's
just someone was just
Johnny Cash up there too, or something.
oh nice. And who's in the middle shelf? That's yeah, from the movie thing. That
Oh, Pulp
all
Fiction.
yeah,
Yeah.
all words escaped me. I had no words at all for a minute.
I'm trying to think of the who's the graffiti artist that. Now you made my
Oh, is
mind
that a
blank.
Banksy?
Yeah, it's a Banksy. Yeah, yeah,
All right.
yeah. A little print of a Banksy. Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. I think my favorite Banksy was the one that shredded itself when it was sold.
Brilliant. That was super cool.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, we're not here to talk about Banksy, though we could if you want. I mean, we can talk about anything.
He's amazing.
But
That's leave it at that.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
A true artist, a true artist, actually.
Yes. Yes. And there's so much comment within his art that you can take it or leave it, but it's pretty amazing.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And so for those people listening, if you ever can come to Bristol, there's lots and lots of Banksies all over the city. I mean, they're everywhere because he paints everywhere, but Bristol is kind of the home base, and there are a lot of them. But anyway, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. I'm
Good,
very
good. So in part one, we talked about your childhood, your middlehood, your early adulthood, and we basically left off at a pretty good part of your career, following Eric down to L.A., working on some big records, getting ready to do things. But we left off right before you started working with Ethan Johns. So
yeah.
we were talking just before we started that Mutemath actually happened just before that. So we could talk a little bit about Mutemath because I know there's some people who would love to hear about Mutemath, and they recur. You work with them again a few years later. So if you want to talk about that first, and then we'll go on to Ethan.
Sure.
All
Yeah. I
right.
mean, uh, yeah. So after working with Eric in LA and kind of, um, I met my wife, and she's from Nashville. Monet is a Nashville native, and uh, because I had some friends that I grew up with and went to school with that ended up here in Nashville. And I think I said earlier that I didn't think Nashville was a place for me in my early adulthood when I moved to California to begin with. But in visiting my friends and family, I've made a visit to Nashville, and I met my my future at the time future wife, and we so we eventually decided to make home in Nashville. And I moved here, and I made some great friends, Vance Powell being one of the early friends that I had here. There's a great community here. So I started spending more time here because of meeting my wife. And then moving here, I started working for some of the local labels. And there was a band signed to EMI called Earthsuit. And Paul Meany, who he wasn't the singer in Earthsuit, but he was one of the main musical protagonists in the band. I got to sort of they were breaking up. The label didn't really know it at the time, but I sort of met with the band, and I kind of was getting a sense that it was coming. So I turned down the opportunity to make the last Earthsuit record, and I actually forget if they even made it.
Right.
But that started my friendship with Paul Meany. I guess he was living down in Louisiana. I think he still does. And, but he would come up to Nashville. because that's where the label was and some of the record making was happening. And that's where I met him and Darren King. And then, so that didn't really pan out, but we had sort of made a connection, and they sort of branched off. And after a little bit of time, they started Mutemath. And they had made an EP, and I mixed, they had kind of made an EP on their own. And I mixed the EP for them, and that sort of started our relationship. I wish that at the time we had been able to, I wish I had had more of the kind of opportunity I have in my life now. We kind of would have partnered with them a little bit more, because they started showing me Mutemath songs before it was even Mutemath.
Right.
And then I mixed the EP for them. And then a producer here in Nashville, his name's Ted T. He had the wherewithal to be able to partner with them, and they started doing things together. And then, so I kind of returned to the Mutemath camp as a mixer on their debut album, which was on Ted's label was Teleprompt, which then got a deal with Warner Brothers. But so when I first started working with Paul and Darren, it was they had completed recorded works, and I was mixing an EP. When it came to the album and then working with Ted, the process became longer, and I was a little bit involved in the recording, but mostly what I did is they would get songs worked up to a certain point, and then I would come in and I'd actually start mixing, but the mixing was really part of the production process on that that debut full length, where I would mix, and then they would kind of take it as like an indicator of direction, and sort of pull it apart and then and work on it, and then I'd mix again. And so it was a really cool process. And there's I think probably the most known song on that is a song called Typical, which is, it's kind of incredible. Richard Dodd ended up mastering it. At the time it was a super loud, really cool sounding record, but just because of their approach, Darren's drumming, the sounds, and the way samples were put together, and just sort of the layered. I think part of the way that it was able to be so effectively kind of produced and layered is because I was trying to mix it all along, even though it wasn't finished, right. So it kind of, it allowed the sounds to kind of get more solidified and baked in and revised along the way. It was kind of a cool process. I wouldn't want to make every project. I wouldn't want to do that on most projects, but it was really cool. It was a very cool result. And then they also made a very progressive video for Typical, which was shot completely in reverse. I don't know how, I'm not exactly sure how they did it, but the video is acted out in reverse the whole time. It's a pretty incredible video. It's worth a watch.
So let me ask you a couple questions about that. So first of all, you're not mixing in the box at that point.
Yes, I was.
Oh, you were? Okay, so you could just put it to the side and then open it back up and then import whatever it was they'd changed. And so you were being able to pick up where you left off. You weren't like recreating mixes.
No, and they were working in Logic. So I was, and I have had over the last, 20 plus years, I have made a handful of records in Logic. So I was familiar enough with it to be able to, mix in it. And actually mixing in Logic sounded better way before it sounded decent to mix in Pro Tools. And then once the mix was done, then I basically printed it through analog hardware.
Right. So let me ask you another question about that. For the peeps who are watching this or kind of don't have a huge amount of experience of dealing with the weird, fluid, elastic situations that can happen like that, where all of a sudden, first of all, you're mixing every song more than once. Second of all, you're almost involved in the production process. How did you deal with that on the business side? Because that's an easy position to put yourself into where it can get resentful and weird instead of being creative and collaborative.
Yeah, well, business-wise, at that point, I'd had enough experience to know that I didn't want to work for a fee. I just agreed to work as an in terms of being paid Even though a lot of times, as you know, mix engineers, we work at per song
Yeah.
rate. But no, in that case, it wasn't really hard to sell the idea because of the process that was being proposed. So I just would charge a day rate. But I did ask for a small mixing royalty, which I don't think I got actually.
Right.
Just because I forget what the reason was, but so I just worked on a day rate, and I was
Right.
satisfied with that because they were paying close to my full day rate, and I was like, well, this is going to go on for a
Right.
while, so this will be fine. Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. Cool. It's good to hear that though, because it there are a lot of times you get into a situation, you love the band and you want to give more, and then by the end of it, it's like, well, you've given all this extra, but there's nothing to show for it, either in terms of credit or money or whatever. So it's a good thing to keep that in mind, that even if you're doing something that traditionally would be paid per song, it's easy enough just to say, we're going to pay me by the day, because
Yeah.
who knows how long this is going to take. And as long as people are cool with that, great.
Yeah. Yes, actually, that's also something I mentioned Richard Dodd on this project. That's also something that I observed Richard do when I won't name names, but he knew how the process would go. That there would be, he's in an analog studio mixing, but he knew that it was a big budget, so the studio time would just kind of go on and on and on. And while he's waiting, sometimes 2-3 days to hear mix comments and just leaving the mix up, that he's being paid by the day versus by
Right.
the song, and he probably made 5 times the money he would have if he'd given a flat rate. So
Right.
I was like, yeah,
Yeah, more power to him.
idea.
I can take a guess at what record that might have been.
I bet you can. and that confirms it right there.
Yeah. So let's move on, shall we, before we get ourselves in trouble. So
Yes,
let's
sir.
let's talk about Ethan Johns. Let's talk about how you met him, how you hooked up with him. Just talk in general, and then we can move on to the Kings of Leon.
Sure. When I was spending time in LA working with Eric, I had also started living in Nashville with my wife Monet and our family, and I would go out to LA and work with Eric, and I had been working with Dennis Herring in Mississippi.
Right.
So Jim Phelan, who managed Dennis Herring and Ethan Johns, sort of was starting to hear my name because of the work that I'd been doing with Dennis, and I guess he found out that I was in LA working with Eric. So I met with Jim, and he wanted to introduce me to Ethan, because he was sort of the opinion that Ethan's incredibly talented, incredibly capable, but that because much of the time Ethan is producing, engineering, and playing on his own records,
Yeah.
that he just it might be a good idea if he found somebody that was a good engineering partner. And so Jim had me go by Sunset Sound and meet Ethan. And I didn't, wasn't really, I mean, I guess nobody would have known at the time, but he was making Ray LaMontagne's first record.
Right.
And so I went by, they were in Studio 3, and I went by and just kind of hung out for an hour or so and just met Ethan and observed, and we just chatted, made that connection. So that's how that came about. And then Ethan got he was an opportunity to work with Nina Gordon, and so he had me come and help him with that, and that went pretty well. And it took a little while for me to build trust with him, because he's so used to doing everything himself. But we kind of hit it off, and then the second Kings of Leon album kind of came up, and there's very interesting dynamics in that whole storyline and relationships and so forth and so on. But Ethan wanted the opportunity, and I suggested it might be a good idea too, because we'd become friends and working together, and I kind of was aware of a little bit of the backstory and dynamic of that particular project, and said, I would love to help you engineer that if you'd like. So that we said yes, and I helped. I recorded and sort of co-mixed the second Kings of Leon album, Aha Shake Heartbreak.
Right. And because Ethan had made the first one completely on his own, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, yeah.
Right.
And now, so we shouldn't overlook Angelo Petralia. Angelo is the guy that sort of, when Caleb and Nathan were early in their time in Nashville, and they were sort of writing songs. Had a very musical upbringing and background. They were writing songs as kind of a duo, and they were sort of experimenting with the idea of being kind of writing country songs and being a country music duo. And so they were kind of making the writer rounds in Nashville, and they were placed with Angelo for a writing session, and it kind of turned into rock and roll music with them. And so he was, Angelo is a co-writer on the first record and their musical mentor for sure. He taught Jared how to play bass, exposed the guys to a lot, because they had grown up in a very religious family, and they hadn't been exposed to a lot of secular music or just, mainstream music.
Right.
And so, Angelo started playing them music and educating them in the sort of the history of rock and roll music. And so Angelo was there for many, many records as a sort of a mentor, musically, and a friend. So there was, on that first album, there was a little bit of territorial stuff going on. And so on the second record, I think part of me being there was to sort of help find a balance.
Right.
To help find a balance. Yeah. And that's what started my relationship with the Kings.
That's got to be I'm just trying to think, as for them, growing up, being very musical, playing music, writing songs and all of that, but being exposed to this gigantic treasure trove of the music that apparently they're actually really, really drawn to. But what it's like to discover that when you're already a skilled musician, as opposed to usually you're hearing that your whole life and it just is part of you and you learn by playing that stuff. But to come to it late, it's got to be a completely different thing.
I think so. I would guess that part of what it affords is that because it's all, obviously a huge amount of music, and it's all so new, and at their ages is sort of being late teens, early 20s, that maybe not even early 20s, but that it just really appeals to that age of youth, and that it's like this new shiny thing. And they kind of they jumped in with both feet, which is really cool. So that I think that, they were kind of making a throwback type of reflective rock and roll at the, but to them it was like fresh and new.
Yeah.
And so they weren't really hung up with what maybe a lot of artists might be hung up on growing up with it. They just fully embraced it and went for it in their own style. And they grew up in a Pentecostal, family with a revivalist sort of preacher as a father. So they were used to, that kind of a event show. It's just like trying to get people attracted to the message and the event. And that's how they participated in church, playing in the band, and being part of that energy. So I think that they took what the skills that they had and were familiar, and kind of that projecting to people to draw in a crowd, and infused it with the new sort of exposure to rock and roll. And that's part of the reason they were such a vital and energized rock group for there in the beginning.
Yeah. And sort of compressing the entire history of that kind of music to the point where it's as if it had all just come out,
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Totally.
So you really cherry pick, and you can jump around, and you don't worry about who influenced who. It's like, I like that, I like that, I like that, and just grab it all. It's amazing.
It is, really is.
And it worked out well. But should we just continue the King's thread all the way through then, and we can jump back if we're missing some stuff, because it's kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah, especially for me. Yeah. Yeah, in terms of my career, it's probably the artist and Only by the Night albums probably, sold the most, has the most notoriety for me and most success. So, but rewind back to that making Aha Shake Heartbreak. Some cool things about that, that to sort of tell would be, Ethan had just sort of started to set up a studio for the Nina Gordon album that I worked on. He'd basically just taken over a television sound studio in North Hollywood, and so there's this big open space. It was almost like a big rehearsal room at like SIR or something. So padded walls and stuff, so they could film TV in there and have little sets and enough area for the cameras and all that kind of stuff, but the sound be controlled. So he was setting up his studio in there, and his dad, Glenn, had sent him all of the gear from, I don't remember where the studio was, somewhere in England, but all the gear from that sort of farm studio. So Ethan had the sort of wrap around Helios desk there.
Right.
It wasn't really functional at the time because it'd just kind of been crated up for a quite long period of time. But he intended on getting that working, and he had some tape machines and just various pieces of gear. It had probably a dozen or so of Glenn's microphones. So kind of piecing it together. And so we kind of set up the studio really to make Nina's album. And then sort of transitioned into making that Aha Shake Heartbreak album. But, it's like he really wanted to, well, on Nina's album, part of the reason I was there is probably because of my Pro Tools skills, and I could bring a Pro Tools rig because that was the right way to approach that production.
Right.
But, with the Kings, he kind of wanted to get back to what he normally did, which was record all analog. So we didn't have a recording console that particularly worked. And we had rented a small API and a few bits and pieces for Nina's project, but it really wasn't going to be the right situation. So I knew this guy, Kevin Agunas, who, drawing a blank. What's the famous studio in LA that Kevin had recently owned? Sound City.
Yeah.
So Kevin had, he hadn't yet bought Sound City, but he's that guy, and he's a huge collector of gear. And I knew that from actually my relationship with Eric, Kevin had placed one of his Abbey Road TG consoles in Studio B at Eric's place at Barefoot. It was the Dark Side of the Moon console. So I actually worked on the Dark Side. Rewind a little bit to Eric's place, Barefoot. For a while, the Dark Side of the Moon TG console was in the B studio that belonged to Kevin. So they'd kind of partnered on that, used that. So I knew Kevin had some cool gear because I'd also worked at his home studio, which had like a crazy Neve in it, like a 8078, I think.
Wow.
But he had a smaller TG console, and I knew that it was sitting in storage somewhere. So I asked him how functional it was, and he said it was pretty good to go. So we rented that, and then Ethan bought a 3M Type 56 16 track that had just been restored. And he also, one of the things, or also that the speakers off the Rolling Stones mobile truck,
Right.
the Tannoy Towers, had also been delivered to Ethan from Glenn with all that other gear. So we had those set up too, and they only lasted about 2 days because the speakers in them had gotten kind of brittle.
Yeah.
And we were cranking them up too loud, getting things set up, and kind of busted them, but one cool thing I got to do in setting up that studio, that sort of environment, was Ethan had a safety of Led Zeppelin 1, had a safety of his dad's mixes.
Of course he did.
And so actually with all this stuff, there was a tape library that he'd gotten from the studio as well. So we're talking, I didn't listen. We didn't really listen to much because they needed to be prepared better. But the Faces and Eric Clapton and the Who. There's all these tapes up there, of Glenn's work, extraordinary. But I got to listen to on those. I'm trying to think what the proper name for those towers. Lockwood. They're Lockwood speakers.
Oh yeah.
I got to listen to the unmastered version of Led Zeppelin 1 on those speakers. It blew my mind because it's like, of course we've all listened to that album a lot, and I heard a Wurlitzer part that I'd never heard in there before. It's just like,
wow.
It was one of the most visceral, exhilarating listens. So that was super cool. And then we broke those speakers. But so we set that up, and the band we were all in that one space, and all we had was the TG console, the Type 56 16 track, and we had 1/4 inch Studer and I think a 1/2 inch Studer, handful of compressors, and a couple spring reverbs. And I had an Atari 2-track that I used as tape slap. And that second Kings of Leon album, Shake Heartbreak, was recorded with 7 microphones, basically, to 7 tracks. Was the basic track, them all playing together, Caleb singing live. The only vocal that we recut was on the bucket. So they were set up in a semicircle with Caleb facing the other guys, singing on an SM7 for isolation in that big space. And it was awesome. So Angelo and Ethan would sit with the band and work on the performances and working as producers. And then I was recording it, and then Ethan and I mixed it because that desk didn't have automation on it. Ethan and I mixed it together, him taking one half of the desk, me taking the other, mixing it off the 16 track to the 2 tracks. And the only time that record ever touched digital was when I made safeties to Pro Tools.
Right.
It was a lot of fun. It was just a lot of fun, and really cool. And so that kind of, that was how my relationship started with them. And so one interesting thing that happened during all of that is there was a big deal made about me getting this FedEx one day. And I knew what it was, but I don't really think I'm much of a bragger. I don't, but it was a Grammy that was showing up that I was receiving for Buddy Guy. And so the FedEx came, and I knew what it was. I just took the box, and wasn't going to open it in front of everybody. I didn't want to talk about it because to me, it's just like the most special thing that you're working on or that you're doing is where you are at that moment, what you're doing, the people you're with. You don't want to, of course people like to hear stories, but for me, it's just like, I don't want to take away from what's happening in the moment. Yeah. So I just took the box and I put it under the console. And, so I was driving the guys crazy. Like, what's in the box, man? It's like, aren't you going to share it? Why is it so special? And so I opened it up, and I think that kind of, that definitely kind of left an impression on them, because also at that same time, Modest Mouse, Float On was a really big hit on the radio, and I had recently mixed that as well. So it's just like, I had a little bit of a cachet with them, I guess, so, and our record went really well. I thought, it was very bold in its sound and approach at the time. Is very, I don't know, primitive and raw. It's not completely primitive and raw, but in a way it kind of is, and it's bold. I think it's modern music, it's like a modern interpretation of rock and roll, but it was just a really cool record to make. And so fast forward a little bit more, and I think, I want to choose my words carefully, but I wasn't, it's not like my relationship. I think kind of what happened is Ethan wanted me to move to LA, and I was seriously considering it. And my wife and I put a house under contract to rent. And we went home to our Nashville home, and we got home and it's just like, man, I'm not sure we want to actually move to LA.
Right.
It's like, so we said, okay, no, let's break this contract while we still have the window of opportunity to do it. And I called Ethan and said, man, I'm sorry. And, it's like, I hate to turn you down or turn this opportunity down because I know, but I think this is what I need to do. So not move out there. And I think that kind of put a little distance between us. I kind of let him down, I guess, but, understandably, but at the same time, I need to do what was best for what I thought for myself. So I think it put a little distance between us. And I think that me having those couple of moments with the band also maybe kind of was a little bit of a wedge.
Right.
Unfortunately, or, I don't really know how, it's just like these things in this business there's a lot of factors, and it's not like there was any ill will and we remain friends, but I wasn't around. So oddly enough, they're making the third record because of the times in Nashville at Blackbird. But I wasn't asked to be part of it. But I did go, but I was invited by to go visit, and I went by a handful of times and just kind of hung out and listened, and they were doing really cool stuff. I was really inspired by it, and the sound had changed, the songwriting had changed, and it was all very cool. Then after that record, I think, they started with Ethan when they were very young, basically teenagers, and they kind of were getting into their 20s, and I think the feeling of kind of dad as the producer, if you will.
Right.
They were kind of rebelling against that a little bit. They decided that they weren't going to work with Ethan on the fourth record, the Only by the Now. Now, I should mention again that Angelo is present all the time. He's
right.
He's there for all three of those records up to through Because of the Times. He's part of Only by the Night as well. But they called me up and said, hey, look, we're not going to make this next record with Ethan, and we want you to come back and, engineer and co-produce and mix. Would you be into it? And I was like, well, yeah. And I had been telling my wife, Monet, that, I think this band has huge potential to keep growing. And I really feel like that they were arguably one of the best rock bands of the time. And I really get them musically. And I feel like what we do together in the studio kind of, it just has this chemistry that works. So I was just like, well, I'm not around on this third record. But if I ever I really hope that there's some way, somehow, that I get an opportunity to work with them again in the future. Cause I really feel like there's an opportunity there. And so Only by the Night, came along, and I just really saw it as a huge opportunity for me with a band that I had experience with, and that I felt like I had an understanding with, and that we could, and they were very self-assured and able to execute, and really great. So it just played into the things that I really like to do in the studio. It's just like get great sounds and great performances and just kind of go for it and be committed. And I think that we had worked on an album successfully that we basically had recorded live the 7 tracks and then made a few overdubs on. Aha Shake Heartbreak, no song was more than 12 tracks when it was finished,
Wow.
So it just kind of cool, go for it. Let's record and then it's done, kind of vibe. So yeah, Only by the Night was an amazing opportunity.
And did you cut it pretty much the same way?
No,
that's what I wanted to ask about. Because of course they've only made records with Ethan, who only makes records in some version of that.
Mm-hmm. No, they were, and they had started to feel restricted by that, and they wanted to, so their friends and contemporaries are using Pro Tools a lot more and overdubbing more. different sounds, some programming stuff. They just kind of wanted to spread their wings. And of course, I think fully able and excited to do that. And I think they had a sense of that. And so I think that's one of the reasons that they wanted me back. And they reminded me of that Grammy that had showed up, and there's like, that was part of it. Like, we want Grammys. And like, well, I hate to hear that in a conversation in the studio, because that assumes a very rare opportunity that you're not really in control of.
Yeah.
It's a goal. Certainly it should be a goal in the back of our minds, for that kind of a success, but it's not really, for me. If you focus on that, you've already lost your way. You
don't really ever want to make a decision based on that.
No, you need to just focus on making the record and the music the absolute best that it possibly can be. And then if you do that, then you have an opportunity for that. It doesn't, but nothing is assured. But I kind of at that point I had a different attitude about it. And I kind of took it as it's like, yeah, I want that too, kind of took it a little bit more of a challenge, and sort of losing the thread of my thoughts there. But
it's just how you made the record, and how it was different from the previous ones.
The biggest thing to me Caleb's an incredible singer. We all know that. But early on, he's a wonderful, very poetic, interesting lyric writer. Not always the, some of it's, but whatever. Some of it can be, or especially early on, a little bit immature, but that's okay. That's rock and roll. That is the sort of the youthful energy of rock and roll. But, because basically he was always singing live on the first 3 records. And he was kind of trying to hide some of the lyrics. He didn't really sing clearly in some ways. It was a little bit kind of mush mouth. And so, and he also was I think he was also trying to navigate the opportunity that he wasn't going to get to re-sing it. It was basically, he was singing it live. So to me, one of the biggest goals on Only by the Night was, we need to showcase how great of a singer I know you are. And the lyrics that he was writing, I thought were, another next level for him. And I thought, well, the thing for me, let's expand the production process. Let's get into overdubs. Let's put more microphones on things. Let's be experimental. But my personal goal was, we need to show the world how great of a singer Caleb is, and how cool these songs are. Not just cool for cool's sake, but like that, there's a richness to them. And so kind of talked about that a little bit, but it's like, I always had to be careful about saying too much, because sometimes things were misinterpreted, or if there was a disagreement between the brothers, so it's 3 brothers and a cousin. If there was a disagreement between 2 brothers about a particular subject, and you felt like you needed to kind of get involved for there to be progress instead of a stalemate, sometimes maybe you disagree with them both and just, it's just like, hey, can we just drop this? This is not important. But sometimes if you agreed with somebody, especially if it was a creative decision, and you kind of tactfully tried to support that idea, you immediately were an enemy of the family.
Yeah.
And so, it's like, they were arguing, and if you sided with one, suddenly they team up on you, and they were mad at you for being against their family. So it's kind of tricky. But having Caleb sing the song multiple times, there's a couple live vocals on Only by the Night. I know that Cold Desert is one specifically, but most of them were sung either soon after, the same day. Typically it was the next day that we got the basic track for a song, and he'd sing it 2, 3, 4 times. every time was a killer performance. And then I'd comp what was the best. Um, and I don't ever remember fixing or punching anything in on a comp. It was like
Right.
that, that was typically it. I don't ever remember being asked to change anything either. It's interesting. The very first song that we recorded, and I did this kind of by design, not more out of intuition than anything, was Use Somebody. Cause I felt like it was it was a unique song for them, really fantastic song, but it was unique for them in that it was almost like a great ballad in a way. It's like this really powerful song, which was not very typical of them. And the song is really about it's an apology. It's Caleb is apologizing. It was basically written as a band at a sound check because they'd gotten into a bad fight, a little bit too much alcohol, and Caleb was apologizing to his brothers and the family with that song. And when he showed it to them, and so it just had a kind of a different tone to it, and kind of came from a different place, I guess. And so I was aware of that, and I wanted to record it first because in working with them in the past, I knew that once we got into the record or the recording process, that the cool things that we were trying to do would start to influence the decision making, and I didn't want that sort of outlier of a song to be sort of railroaded or damaged by some sort of idea of progressiveness or cool or creativity, right? Because it really should just should be what it,
right.
It should be of the essence that it is. So we did that first. I wanted to do it first to kind of get it out of the way. And Caleb had always sung on an SM7. Ethan had recorded on an SM7, and I had recorded him on an SM7 on the second album. So I thought, well, in my goal to really showcase his voice and put it forward, I was like, I'm going to try a better mic. So I put up a 251, and it was a huge mistake because the top end on that mic is so open and can be so aggressive, especially on Caleb's voice has a very aggressive sort of top end and sibilance to it,
right.
So I recorded it, and and in the end, that's what we hear is that is the only vocal on the album that has that microphone on it, but it was a pain in the butt to mix. And I could tell once I got a couple more songs in, and I was like, I kind of like, well, this isn't the right mic after recording that. So I switched to the SM7 because I knew that it worked and it's, sounded great. It was very difficult to mix. I even used a lo-fi plugin on it in the mix to kind of try to manage some of the top end.
Right.
So maybe a week into the process, I was like, hey, Caleb, man, it's a killer vocal that we have on Use Somebody. But yeah, I think I picked the wrong mic. How would you feel about singing it again? Now here's a guy that's an incredible singer and like just always just knocks stuff out. Right. So I was like, I didn't think it'd be a big deal. He was so offended that I asked him about the possibility of re-singing. He didn't even hear that. It's like, I feel like I made a stupid technical choice, and I think it would sound better if you were willing to give it another shot. Now, of course, if we don't top that performance, I can accept it and I'll make it work. But hey, he didn't even hear that. It was just like, it was like, well, what, you don't like the vocal? It's like, what's wrong with it? And I'm like, oh, no, dude, I'm sorry. So that was kind of an interesting sort of little moment in that process. And it was just a really, really hard sound to manage. But, working in Studio D, the chamber, have you ever recorded in there, Andrew?
No.
I know you know. The chamber in there is what really makes that space so special. And I utilize it very heavily on drums and overdubs. On Use Somebody, I can't remember the melody off the top of my head, but the vocals that are in in the intro and stuff, those were recorded primarily in the chamber,
Right.
and so just a very unique, cool texture that it gave so many elements of the record. And another thing that it's really cool about that studio, that space, that band, and that approach is that their music, like there's not a lot of layers to it. It really is basically the four primary instruments and voices. There's some keyboard, there's some accoutrement, but it's very simple. There's a lot of space in it. There's a lot of space in the music, and they're really good about giving each other the spotlight, handing it off musically, part wise, and then playing off of each other. But they're also super competitive. So it's just like, okay, fine. It's Nathan's turn on the drums to play something cool, right? And we'll kind of get a little bit out of the way so he can have his moment. But then it's just like, when it's the next guy's turn to have their moment, so it's just like this. It's like jab. It's like these jabs. So it's an opportunity in that way. It was a real opportunity to make each of them sound really important, and create this like depth of space and use things like the chamber and printed effects. I probably had eight or 10 different effects up on the desk while I was recording, so that because things happen so fast with them, you are basically recording the band live. That it's like it's like, okay, well, let's use the chamber as an echo chamber on this song. We'll shut the door. We'll not use it for the drums. I'm going to put the guitar in there as an echo chamber. So I got that effect on this. I'm going to put maybe a little bit of delay on the bass. I'm going to use the Cooper time cube on the other guitar, do something weird and kind of cool with the drums. But I'd be doing that as I'm recording and running the effects live. So I'm recording the band to tape through Pro Tools, so that the band's performance is being printed on the tape. I'm also capturing the pass-through input to Pro Tools as a safety. And then once we have the recording, then I'm transferring what's on tape into the computer. And once I make that transfer from tape into the computer, once we know we have the take we want to pull off the tape, I'm also printing all those effects
right
into the Pro Tools session. So it's just all kind of baked in. So right away, I have half of my sort of treatment and effects done as part of the recording process. And I thought that I was going to be going back and forth between Pro Tools and tape a lot more. I envisioned that in the end, I'd probably mix it off tape, but then also during Use Somebody is a composite of three takes. And so that first song we record, doing it on tape. So the master is on tape, all the pieces. So I'm actually doing tape edits for Use Somebody on the multi-track. And I could tell, just like, it takes a second.
Yeah, because you've got to be careful.
You got to be careful. You don't want to screw it up. There's only so much damage control that you can do. So you got to be careful. You got to kick everybody out of the room because, it's just like you need to focus. And it's just, it's a lot of management. And I could just tell making those tape edits, because it took me about an hour and a half, I guess, an hour, something like that. I was like, I could tell everybody was getting bored and irritated.
Right.
And I was like, okay, well, from now on, we're just going to transfer the things in off the tape, and I'll do the edits and Pro Tools much faster. So slowly just sort of got away from the idea that I was going to preserve the whole album on the multi-track tape. And then, so that kind of things sort of started speeding up a little bit. It's just, it's just a very interesting process. I was recording at 96K. I was recording 96K because in my tests, that was the sample rate that went back to the tape and sounded the most like the original, once it was back on tape and listening to it. But I also discovered on that album that I don't like mixing in the box at 96K. No, actually at the time, excuse me, that's not correct. I didn't like mixing in hybrid at 96K because it's especially when you get to overdubs and you're not, because when we went to overdubs, we weren't going through the tape machine. It was just it's just for analog gear, the 96K is just kind of like weird headroom to me. It pushes gear in a way that it's not meant to be pushed because you don't have the tape roll off and the high frequencies. It's just kind of a different thing.
Right.
I personally prefer to be at 48K if I'm in the box. So, working at 96K, start to mix, realizing that, and doing some comparisons and liking the 48 much better. So I have to down sample the whole record to 48 to mix it I eventually ended up mixing it in my basement. But then, so I'm recording the original tracks at 96K. I down sampled to 48 to mix, and then I'm printing to a second Pro Tools rig, and I printed it at 88 too. So just because it's all what all sounded best, but right. It was kind of a lot of work. It was kind of a bit of a nightmare.
Man. So did he have to make any adjustments having to sing as overdubs? Because he'd never done it before, right?
No, that guy is a born performer. No, maybe just was like,
didn't even need to hold the guitar, like nothing. Just off we go.
No, he'd just go into the vocal booth and just, it's like literally he was on stage in front of 25,000 people.
Wow.
This is just like he just so worked up. I saw him beat his chest a couple times, he's just like, no, he just goes in there, no warm up, just is like, and just gives it. It's insane. It's insane. I've had the privilege to work with many, many great singers. And he being definitely one of them. It's just kind of amazing how they can just turn it on and do it. Yeah.
Wow. That's because you'd think there'd be an adjustment, having never done that before.
That's how they're really surprising in that way that I don't know. They're just adapted to it. I don't know. It just kind of comes very naturally to them. It's pretty wild. Right. I had one experience with him re-singing The Bucket on the second album. But I think he was used to singing on headphones and doing overdubs. So I guess it wasn't really a big thing to him.
Well, it sounds like because a lot of bands, they get into the studio and everything's different, and they're different than they are live, and it just sounds like these guys are the same no matter what. Doesn't matter where they are.
It's pretty much the truth. Yeah, absolutely.
Man. So, all right, you got to talk about Sex on Fire, because when I took my notes for this interview, it was at 647 million streams, but it's probably over 700 million streams right now. So,
wow.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah, totally.
And that's just Spotify. I'm not aggregating from all the different places. So, as everybody will always ask this question, and every once in a while the answer is yes. Did you know with that song that this could be like the real kind of breakout thing? Not in
the way that it kind of came out to be in the world. No. In the same way, I didn't think that, it's like, you don't sit there thinking like, oh yeah, somebody's going to win record of the year. It's like, I know this is special. This is really cool. What's interesting about Sex on Fire, it's kind of like almost an opposite of Use Somebody, where I thought, Use Somebody's, it's a little bit of an outlier. Got to be careful with this one. Sex on Fire was very bold from the beginning. But Caleb was, honestly, he was a bit ashamed, if maybe not the right word. He was a little bit shy about the Sex on Fire lyric. And in rehearsal, he was even like, everybody's like, come on, let's play that song. Cause it's exciting. Right.
Yeah.
And even when we got to this, even when we're in the studio, he's like, you guys really, he's like, I don't know about that song. He's just kind of like, I don't know. It's like, I think it's just cause he wasn't comfortable with it. But everybody's like, no, man, that just feels like something. So we gotta record that. So so no, to answer the question, No, I knew that it was like a really fun, energetic, catchy tune. Um, and there's a part about it that I'll get to in a minute that I think is very, very key in its success. Um, a compelling song, a compelling vocal performance for sure. And what's interesting is that once we got it down, Caleb was still trying to convince me and the rest of us that he just was trying to hide that vocal. He's like, can't the first chorus just be instrumental? He's just like, can't we just take the vocal out of there? Like, no, we can't take the vocal out of there. Are you crazy? Um, uh, so, but that one song has kind of I guess most people, well, I guess if you know about the song, maybe you know this, that there's a programmed element to it too.
Mm-hmm.
The drum beat that Nathan plays is really only kind of halftime of what you hear. And Matt had this Casio keyboard that he had become, and Matt's the lead guitar player that Matt was kind of obsessed with, and he'd brought to the session. And there were these drum samples on there that he kept playing this accompanying beat to Sex on Fire. And every time he'd do it, Nathan would get so pissed, and it's just like, oh, no. He's like, so maybe the second or third time that Matt was trying to get this idea out, and it's like, hey, can we just try this? Nathan left, and I'm like, come on, man, let's just record it, because I was like, let's just record it. And so he's playing it, because we didn't record any song on that album with a click, so it's not something that you could kind of like loop in there or program in there. I was like, hey man, just play that part, play it the way you feel it, right? And he did, and we got about 2/3 of the way through the song, and there's some things that happen in the drums that are kind of hard to follow in terms of the pattern that he had established. And we were nervous that Nathan was going to come back in and yell at us. So I recorded it real fast, and so we had this accompanying rhythm programming. We played rhythm to it, but Beat Detective wasn't really helping to make it work with the track. And also it had to be adjusted to play phrases that were compatible with what Nathan's performance was. So literally, I think I sat around, I took it home, and I sat around for like 2 days to map it out so that the part was compatible with Nathan's performance. And that it felt really, because I didn't adjust. I mean, sometimes I would fix their parts a little bit. It's like somebody's a little early, a little late, or there's a bum note or something. I would adjust little tiny things, but I wasn't like correcting anything to a grid or anything like that. So I had to I created a grid with Beat Detective, and it was helpful in kind of knowing where bars and subdivision were. But I basically had to work on it and put it all, place it all by hand, and just repeated listening to kind of make, to get it to sit the way that it did. And that's a huge part of the chemistry and excitement of that song, because it's just kind of full on from the beginning.
Yeah.
We eventually convinced Caleb to keep the vocal in there. He was always trying to get me to turn the vocals down, especially on that song. And now it just kind of, it just kind of became, it wasn't, and nothing was premeditated about it, or we just kind of went with inspiration and something that we thought was great. That's all there is to it,
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny how much, like, because you assume that, like, oh, the band would be excited about all that. But the fact that you're actually fighting just to keep all the elements in there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, a little side story about Use Somebody is the guys were not confident about the background vocal part that's in the intro. They were concerned that, having to come to start the song and come in vocally, that they were a little bit nervous that might be a bit of a challenge in the live setting.
Right.
And they're like, we think we should take those out of there in the intro. I'm like, no, we can't. That's like a huge hook. It's just like, so I turn them off, and I'm like, the intro sounds boring. It's too long. It's just like, that's the sauce. We can't take that out of there. And we fought about that a lot. And they even came, I'm pretty sure that's the reason they showed up at mastering, is they were aware enough to know that, of course, I'm also printing instrumental versions of the songs for mastering, right? That we could cut the instrumental on to the beginning of the song in mastering, and they could still get what they're asking for. And, we didn't have a fight. We kind of had a little bit of we had some words, and they left mastering, and, I made sure that they made sure they stayed in there. And, I think, I don't like to be adversarial in the studio. I mean, sometimes you have to say things that are truthful and challenging, right? To kind of get a great result. But I'm not a person that is, some people have methods of where it's very confrontational. They want to create tension. They want to have heightened emotions and sort of be this invigorated, sort of situation on those terms. And that's not me at all. It's like, let's just work hard and let's just be truthful and dig deep. But with those guys, I mean, we did kind of fight a lot. And I think over time, and all these things I'm sharing, I think is what kind of, in the same way that Ethan, with them having that, they sort of viewed him as like this dominant father figure. It sort of slowly started to erode my relationship with them.
Right.
But I felt like that's what I had to do to sort of stand my ground and do what I believed in. But yeah, no, not a clue. I knew that it was an exciting song, but for it to have done what it's done, it's just pretty wild. It's amazing. Pretty wild.
And it's also because I know you're very empathetic with the artists you work with, and you're aware that it is their record and stuff. But to have the conviction to stand up for what you know is right for the record, for yourself. I mean, obviously nobody knows anything, but to really fight the whole band that way with, not necessarily any allies. It's not like half the band's pulling for what you want. So that's
sometimes, but yeah, I mean, it's just like, I think I do the background vocals in the beginning of Use Somebody. I think that would probably be the one thing where it's like, I just really had to stand my ground on that. But, it's just like, but it's like, I'm not often in those situations where it's like, I felt like a decision, couldn't be talked about in a way that, couldn't find some sort of reasonable agreement on something. I felt like that if we did that, it was really going to kind of ruin the song.
Right. And good on you.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it's just like, I can take a little bit of credit. I can take a little bit of credit. I mean, credit is due to Angelo and the band, just everyone involved, because I mean, we really did it all together. So it's
yeah. But decisions like that, especially things like, being embarrassed about the lyric possibly and stuff like that, and having to, I mean, he's the one who's got to live with it the rest of his career. Mm-hmm. And to stick with it and know that it's important it's a big deal.
Yeah. I would let them make rough mixes sometimes, just because, instead of them having them over my shoulder, because basically is kind of that classic thing of all any individual wanted was to hear themselves louder.
Right.
So I would just turn them loose on the console, and basically they're each individually turning themselves up, and it just kind of eventually just turned into a mess. This is like, okay, can I fix it now?
Well, that's good. It's a good way to prove it to him. So awesome. Well, that is some good Kings of Leon knowledge you've been dropping there. That's a really great thing. But obviously you weren't only working on their records for that span of years. There was a bunch of other stuff going on. And so also up front, I'm just trying to get the timeline in order here. When you started with Ethan, with Kings of Leon on the second record, you also still had a place in the Bay Area as well. That's when you still had all three places going?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So go on.
Well, what were you going to say? What was the sort of the B part of the question? Yes, I did.
Well, just so I want to get the sort of because you went from having a place in all three places. So Bay Area, LA, Nashville, to then to saying like, man, we're not even going to rent a house in LA. Like that's not going to happen. We're full time. So, but in the meantime, you're working in LA quite a bit. But obviously, did you just pull out of the Bay Area because you just weren't working up there, or was it something you felt was going on with the scene itself up there, or like what happened with that?
Well, I mean, it was a few different things. I mean, also, so my time was wrapping up in the Bay Area. Like I started spending a lot of time, uh, down in LA in due part to Eric moving down there from the Bay Area, in the like 98, I guess, 99. So yeah, 98. So the end of the 90s. And that's also, the Bay Area is that's like when .com was booming.
Right.
And the landscape, like the real estate and just the sort of the landscape of San Francisco was changing. With all of that tech growth and the internet exploding at that time, things were becoming more expensive. Companies were sucking up real estate and kicking out. Basically, some music venues were shutting down. Rehearsal spaces were being sold to .com ventures. And so the music scene was being impacted by that boom, and it was changing the sort of the vibe and the landscape of San Francisco. So it was kind of, there was a very big rehearsal space. I don't know how many rooms it had, and there was a lot of people living there illegally too. But south of, not quite South San Francisco, but like down near Army and sort of south of the city, south of the Mission District, there was this huge, I don't remember what it was called, rehearsal space, but it got sold and everybody got kicked out, and no place to go really because of how competitive all the real estate was. And lots of my friends and bands, they were going back to the states they'd come from, but a lot of them were also just moving down to LA. And this is also the time where I met Monet, and had started spending a little bit of time in Nashville. And I was just feeling like my time in San Francisco was kind of coming to an end.
Right.
I loved being there, and so much of my career was impacted and informed by my time there. But, here I'm getting to my early 30s, and it's kind of like, I don't know, it just feels like that part of my life is wrapping up.
Right.
And so, but I'm only spending kind of part-time down in LA.
Well, we talked last time about how when you first went to LA and ended up in the Bay Area, how you just didn't like it, and you didn't, you went by as many of the studios as you could, but you couldn't even get in to the parking lot at Sunset. So, right. But when you move back down there, you're at Eric's studio, you're at a soundstage that Ethan built. I mean, did you ever even really work in a lot of the big studios at that point when you first got down there, or were you avoiding those completely?
No, I mean, a little bit here and there. I would go to, because I'd have gigs on the side, just different opportunities. No, actually, come to think of it, I spent the most of the sort of more known studios in LA that I eventually worked in was after I had sort of moved full time to Nashville.
Right.
So, no, but I was becoming more familiar and having some affection for Los Angeles, and because I had grown friendships there, I had become familiar with what I liked and where I liked, and just spending the time there. And but I hadn't given up my place in San Francisco because I had pretty good rent up there, because it was I don't know if it still is, but a rent controlled city.
Right.
I had a roommate who is actually now, he's one of the ones that was displaced and moved down to LA, and he's still down there. His name's Mark Reitman. He goes by DJ Ill Media. He was a DJ, and he had, I'm drawing a blank on the name of the band, but so I had, so I still was very established in San Francisco, and I just had a ton of stuff, and it was just easier to pay my rent and just kind of keep my foot there while I was figuring out what it was I was doing. And as I was feeling like I was making the commitment to move from San Francisco down to LA, I was maintaining an apartment in both. And then, my life, Monet comes into my life, and sort of that's part of my life starts to happen. And it feels like, okay, well, we need a home there perhaps too. I was very unsure about where I was going to end up, because I had actually also started making records in Nashville.
Right.
Because very soon after I met Monet, I got a call to make a record with this band Switchfoot. Now they're a San Diego-based band, California-based band, but they were signed to a label out of Nashville originally. And so, and the album I was asked to work on, I was asked to produce half of the album and mix the whole album. And Charlie Peacock was the other producer. Charlie's, Nashville-based producer, record maker. So it's like, well, it just makes sense for us all to make the record in Nashville. So I started spending, and it was also like, I get to spend time with this, my in my new relationship by being there. So I was kind of very unsure about it all. And San Francisco was the place that I gave up first.
Right.
And moved all my stuff down to LA and got a bigger apartment, because I thought Monet was we were thinking, okay, well, we're going to get rid of our apartment in Nashville and she's going to come to LA. And then that didn't happen. That's kind of, well, so I told you about when I sort of declined to move out to LA full-time to work with Ethan. Prior to that, I ended up declining a similar offer with Eric.
Right.
He had graciously offered to let me take over the Studio B at Barefoot, and continue to work with him, but then also have my own room and do my own things. And sort of just as I was about to pull the trigger on that, it's just like, it just doesn't feel right. I feel like for my family, for my life decision-making, I think Nashville, even though I'm going to travel a lot to work,
right.
It's just like, we can afford to have the kind of family life that I would like to have in Nashville. And I was making friends like Vance and Richard and Richie Biggs and Charlie Peacock and all, these various people. I was like, well, I mean, I feel like I could work there too. So eventually that we made home in Nashville, and temporary, at the time with Ethan, kind of thought about we owned a home at that time when I was we were considering selling that home or renting it out and then renting the place in LA to work with Ethan. And I sort of backed out of that decision too. They're tough decisions. You don't get a lot of opportunities in this career, and you probably should say yes to most of them. But I just had to sort of look at the balance of things, and that the happiness and health of my family I had to put first. And it was a good thing. I mean, it turned out to be the right decision.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're obviously very thoughtful, and we talked about last time about how, you're making lots of really long-term decisions, not just the short-term, I'm going to go make a record with Ethan. Okay, that'll be great. But it's also, I think it's there's a parallel between that and your production style, where like you're in the studio and you know what the right thing is and you're convinced it's the right thing and you will follow through and make sure that thing happens. Not like, well, I don't know, they don't like it, so maybe they're right. You have convictions that you've put enough thought into to really stick with, which I think is pretty admirable and has served you well.
Thanks, man. I mean, I would appreciate you acknowledging that, saying that. Certainly haven't made all the right decisions. And, I don't know that I really regret anything, but I mean, I'm sure things could have been different based on some different decisions. But, just for me, it's the only way I know to be truthful with myself to, at least I'm not very good about putting on airs or playing a role or pretending to be something I'm not. I think some people are not not to say that anyone that is good as that is at that is not genuine. It's just not a skill that I particularly am able to use and manifest something that is of value to me.
Right.
So I don't really know any other way to operate because I'm a really emotional person. Sometimes to my detriment, I just want to address things. I want to talk about things. It's just like, I'm okay to have hard conversations. Just because that's the only way I really function.
Right.
So I just have to always put myself in a place that I feel like I'm going to be able to be who I am, whether that's the right person for the situation or the right decision. I don't really know because time really has to be to prove whether it was a right decision or the answer. Right. But it's just like, I can only control the now. With what I have in mind for the future. I can only do so much now, and I have to sort of kind of keep referring to that and reflecting on that, and just be truthful with myself. So it's really it's sort of self-preservation, I guess.
Yeah, but I think it's also, you seem to also have the ability to not second guess yourself. Once you've made that decision, it will be the right decision because you're not spending any of your time regretting or wondering, oh, what if? It's like, we made that decision and now I'm doing this thing, and you can't be successful thinking about the thing you didn't do. So you seem to be very good about, once the decision is made, you're going to follow through with it and make it the right decision, basically.
Yeah, well, largely that's the way I operate. Now, just commit to something and follow through with it. And sometimes it wears on me, just because I don't really, I don't acquiesce very easily. Not just in terms of what my personal motivation and drive and vision is. It's like, I'm very agreeable. I try not to be judgmental. I know everybody has a point of view. Everything is valid in a way, whether I think it's right or wrong or however. It's like, I want to give everything and everyone the same respect that I kind of would like to have.
Right.
And so I don't know. I just try to, so I'm very unrelenting. It's just like, I will beat my head against a wall until I pass out or I break the wall. That's kind of just how I am.
And so far, you've broken the wall most of the time.
Most of the time. I sometimes I feel like I go through life with a headache too.
Right. Well, let's talk a little bit about the Nashville scene, because we talked about, like, early on, I think we both had the exact same feeling. Like, Nashville wasn't even an option. We saw it as, like, it's country music. That's not what we do. Can't possibly go there. And obviously, even back then, I'm sure it wasn't really the case. But you talk about, Vance and Richard Dodd and the other people that you immediately fell in with in Nashville. And it's quite a different scene there. I mean, the country scene exists, but there is so much else going on there. And I'm curious, do you feel like you were sort of getting there as that was really taking hold, or did it turn out like that was going on the whole time, or what was the deal?
No, I feel like I think I arrived as it was really starting to open up, and I think I in some small way, I think I had a part in it, and like, not long after I was here, I mean, it was a few years, I guess, but Blackbird Studio started to become a reality, and just different things. The industry was changing, the established studio infrastructure was starting to kind of like break down and change, and Berry Hill, where Blackbird is and where Richard has his studio, there are lots of little studios around there. I mean, I'm friends with the Kaysen family, and they Creative Workshop, which is one of the early independent studios in Berry Hill, started by Buzz Kaysen. it's their second Creative Workshop's second studio. Once they became really successful, they built a second studio, and that's where John started with Blackbird. He bought the second Creative Workshop, and yeah, just kind of like it was just sort of opening up. I mean, having Richard Dodd, someone like Richard Dodd there, it's just like, and being connected with those folks. I'm not really sure how the puzzle pieces all came together, but it just sort of fell in that way. And there's just, I mean, a lot of people that I met were just very like-minded, and had similar life experiences and record making experiences than me. And, but it's just a good community. Richard, I just really just met him, and I guess he just had a good feeling about me. He let me mix that. I mean, his studio is kind of a private studio, and he would let some of his friends use the studio, but for whatever reason, Richard took a liking to me and let me mix the Switchfoot record there. And I just have barely had met him, but so he was very accommodating and a friend, still is a friend. Yeah. And, Vance and John starting Blackbird, all those things kind of happening. I think also I was here for a life decision, going to LA a lot, but then I started working with Dennis Herring, and down in Oxford, Mississippi. Now, it's like a 4-hour drive, all back roads to get down there from Nashville. But I started going down there and working with Dennis over a handful of years. And I think that even though that wasn't something that was happening in Nashville, it was something that was happening that I was involved in regionally.
Right.
And so I think that also sort of kind of impacted how my profile was working in Nashville. Also, the record makers in Nashville at the time when I moved here, they didn't get a lot of outsiders, and right. So me being new and an outsider, I also kind of got a lot of looks, I guess. I got called for a lot of sessions as the new guy in town, and so that was kind of good exposure and connection to what was going on here.
Right. But also because I mean, there's a very strong tradition of how you make records there. And the fact that you could show up and be new and not, because I've heard some stories about people going to work on records there and just being expected to do it the Nashville way. And you didn't necessarily need to do that.
No, and I didn't even know what that, I mean, of course I learned about it. And I have, I have some experience with it peripherally, I guess, a bit. And, you do fall in. I wouldn't say that I've adopted a bunch of it, a little bit of it, because, things kind of work on a schedule here. Sometimes when you hire those musicians, they kind of expect to work on that schedule. So you sort of shape the schedule around kind of what their normal availability is and sort of their expectations, and sort of adapt to it. But I just showed up and did things the way I knew how to do things, or the way that I just did things, which is very California, I think, very, very sort of like you go in the studio, and it's very much kind of like a rock and roll record making mentality. It's just like you go into the studio for a week to a month, take it over, and basically live there, and just kind of, you just follow the thread of creativity, and there isn't really a schedule, and you kind of just do it.
Right.
So yeah, I guess I brought a little bit of that here for sure. I've always just sort of done things in the way that I do them. Yeah, I guess.
And the local musician scene was obviously shifting there too, because all of a sudden these bands are not leaving to go record somewhere else. They're staying in Nashville. And, I think Jack White probably had a big hand in keeping some people around town who might have decided to leave and things like that. So it was a good time to show up.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, like Jack Lawrence has made his home here. Jack is one of the raconteurs, Dead Weather as well. Brendan Benson. I think that, it's like, because Jack Lawrence's band from Ohio, the Green Hornets, it's like Brendan had produced their early stuff. Brendan moving here, befriending Jack White, pulling Jack Lawrence in on the Raconteurs record, the rhythm section from the Green Hornets, and everybody kind of gravitating towards, here. Also, the Black Keys ending up being here, and all the stuff that Dan Auerbach's done. It just, for whatever reason, I think just the community. I think Blackbird had a bit to do with it, because
Right.
it kind of started to attract a rock and roll sort of environment a little bit, while at the same time still making lots of country records and being part of that normal rotation. Being the sort of world-class studio, the collection of gear that John brought to Nashville, it's just a very enticing place. And, Joe Ciccarelli,
Yeah.
who's like someone that I knew from, I first assisted Joe a long time ago. Maybe I already talked about this, in San Francisco. Joe is LA based, but for a long time, it's probably been, anyways, for a number of years, Joe was like always in Nashville working at Blackbird, and he's a very LA guy,
Yeah.
in terms of his, his record making pedigree and, where he is located. Just all these things kind of gravitating towards Nashville is just, I think it's people, it's young musicians moving here, out of convenience, community, affordability, facilities. It's just kind of like this perfect storm. And I was fortunate to move here at a very good time. It's just ahead of it, just ahead of those things happening and contributing however I did.
Right.
And
Well, I mean, which makes you part of the transition. I'm sure a lot of people came to town and saw you there and like, oh, all right, this can work.
that's true. I mean, I think Ryan Hewitt, who lives here now, I think that, having myself and others, that are like-minded, of a similar age, similar background, being here kind of made it like, oh, okay, maybe that works,
Yeah.
I mean, and I think obviously even my work with Kings of Leon, those guys being located, here and making that, the having those successes, just sort of solidified some things here. It's very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It was good stuff being done there, as they say. Nobody says that. I just said it. So I'm sure we've skipped over some stuff, but we touched on, Mutemath, who sort of happened in between some Kings of Leon things. But there's then right after Kings of Leon, you got Nora Jones.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that for a minute.
Okay.
Because that's a bit of a left turn.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so I think, it goes back to Tom Waits' Mule Variations. That's one of Nora's all-time favorite albums.
Wow.
And then so I get the call from Nora not long after the success of, that Only by the Night album. So it's like my profile had risen a little bit, and it was, I had sort of the credibility of the Tom Waits relationship, and with her, and with her, that being a favorite album of hers, and then sort of also, slightly different style of music, 10 years later, kind of like, having a bit of profile. So, that helped, as it helps with record label executives and A&R folks. It's like when you've got a hot hand, it's like you get phone calls, like if you've had a couple successful records that are kind of doing well, it's like you get more phone calls. That's just how it is. So yeah, she sought me out because she wanted to do, something a little bit different from what she had been doing. And she wanted to experiment with a lot of different musicians, a lot of different rhythm sections. And I think her knowledge and appreciation of the Mule Variations album sort of said that maybe I was someone that could sort of help facilitate that, because there was so many musicians on that album, and just so it kind of came together in so many different parts and pieces. So yeah, I got that call, and obviously a thrill, because I love the feeling of her music, her musicality, the sound of her voice, and her ability to sing. Um, and she had kind of started the process, um, of making what would become the Fall, in her personal studio in New York. And so some of it had started as demos, but the demos were she was kind of thinking, well, maybe some of these demos can be the records, and they're kind of a reasonable assumption, because many of the songs on Come Away With Me were recorded in like a 1 or 2 day session,
Right.
on her own before she got signed. And they re-recorded some things, remixed some things, sort of tweaked some production on some things. But, some of her most famous initial songs were basically just kind of almost like a demo session. Right. Um, so I got the call for that. And she also knew of my sort of programming ability,
Right.
but to do it in kind of like this sort of bespoke, crafted sort of way, I guess. And got the call for that, and it was interesting. She had, gosh, I don't remember how many songs it was. It was quite a lot, and so some had been started, and trying to figure out scheduling. She had a few different rhythm sections she wanted to work with. She wanted to work with James Gadsden. She wanted to work with the is it the Daptones
Right.
rhythm section that had, because the Amy Winehouse stuff had become very popular, and they were kind of a hot rhythm section for a while from that, and the stuff they'd done with Sharon Jones. And I had a few players that I wanted to bring into things. And so it ended up that we had basically 5 different rhythm sections and a couple dozen additional musicians with that we wanted to kind of schedule. So honestly, it took a lot of time to sort of work through the songs with her and figure out, well, what can we keep and what should we redo? What should we add to or change? And then who do we want to play on what songs?
Right.
And what songs maybe do we want multiple shots at, and it was a very exciting and challenging, fun process. So I spent probably a couple weeks in New York starting the process with her, just working at her studio, kind of going through things, preparing some programming with a friend that lives here. His name's Matt Stanfield, helping me with some of the programming and kind of just putting things together and getting ready while I'm working out the musician schedule to record. And we started at a studio in New York. It's going to come to me. Oh, the Magic Shop, which is this cool, just kind of hole in the wall studio that like Coldplay had recorded at, and a bunch of cool things that happened there. But it was really small, kind of funky, had a fantastic Neve desk in it. But just this weird, small, funky little room. So we spent a couple weeks there and changed out rhythm sections, like James Poyser, who plays with the Roots, came and played keys. And like I said, the Daptones came in, some of my friends, we recorded with James Gadsden when we went out to LA. We went out to LA and worked at Sunset Sound in Studio 2 for just a little over a week, just to kind of, because Joey Warnaker, right. James Gadsden. I can't remember everybody off the top of my head. That's where I met Zac Rae.
Right.
Amazing musician, keyboard player,
yeah.
Amazing on many levels. Dave Wilder, and fantastic bass player friend of mine. It's like I'm forgetting most of the names off the top of my head, but it was just like this wonderful puzzle piece of putting things together. And like Chasing Pirates has, in a way it has three different rhythm sections on it, because it's really kind of a mashup of a few different things. So like I said, we had some programming prepared that we played to, not always. Chasing Pirates was one where it had this sort of like backbone of a programming sort of sketch that we played on top of. We had done the first version of that song very early at our time at the Magic Shop. But I could tell that Nora wasn't, it's not that she wasn't satisfied with what we did first, but that song was so important to her and she just kind of wanted to explore it with others. So a few days into the Magic Shop sessions, I had a new rhythm section. Oh gosh, I'm having a mental block. It'll come to me. But so I know we're gonna record Chasing Pirates again. So I'm setting up overnight for the next day's session. Marco Giannovino, that's played drums. He's played with Robert Plant a bunch. I'm having such a mental block about Frank's last name. But I'm gonna have to look it up because the more you try to think about something, the harder it gets to think about it. But we were setting up and we're kind of getting a vibe going for the song. And I was like, well, I know we're going to re-record this guy, so let's just kind of get a sound going. And what they started playing was just so incredible. It's like, no, we got to record this, you know. So I just boldly decided to record it without Nora there. And sort of show her the song, show her that version the next day. And, you know, really the Wurlitzer part that she should have been playing because she wasn't there, James Poyser was playing, you know, and, but it just had, you know, it just felt so cool to me. So she came in the next day and I was a little bit nervous, but I was like, I really want to show you this. She loved it. And she's like, well, can I sing on it? And I'm like, well, yeah. And so she sang 3 takes, you know, and she's also, you know, this is kind of like the Caleb experience. It's like, just get in there and sing it. It's amazing. It's just like, well, she sang it the first time. I was like, that sounded amazing. Or that was wonderful. Would you, you know, I think let's give it another try, you know. She's like, sure, yeah, let's do it, you know. It's like something to choose from, you know. So she sang it again, stellar. I'm like, let's just sing it one more time just so I have one more to comp from. And she sang it down. And the third take was really good, but that second take was like magic. And I was like, I really like that second take. She's like, yeah, me too. I was like, so should we just keep that one? And she's like, yeah. That was it. So, and it just, you know, just moments like that. And so like literally the lead vocal on Chasing Pirates, I think we did in like 30 minutes.
Right.
You know, it's just like, and that's not the normal, as you know, getting vocals that fast. Yeah, it's just, it was just incredible, you know, it's an incredible time. She's always the best musician in the room. It's pretty wild. But she's so easygoing and just so chill about it all. There's nothing diva about her, you know. It's just like she's a great hang, super talented. It was just a lot of fun. I mean, we recorded that whole album, all those songs, in about 3.5 weeks total.
Wow, even with all those people.
All those people. Yeah. It's like literally we'd have a rhythm section. Okay, it's going to be these people for these 2 or 3 days. And then these musicians are going to like, Smokey Hormel is going to be on guitar for these 2 days, but we're going to keep this rhythm section for one more day. And, you know, somebody else is going to come in on guitar and then we're going to change and it just kind of keep it flowing. It was wild. It was wild, but it worked out. And, you know, so like just to finish the thing about Chasing Pirates, I mentioned like there's 3 rhythm sections on it. There was the original drum performance that she really was sort of still kind of attached to, which was kind of different from what the kind of combination that we were getting to. Frank Swart is the bass player on Chasing Pirates. Sorry, Frank, if you're listening. I don't know what my problem is. I just my brain cells are a little burnt. So I recorded the guy that had played on the demo at her apartment studio. She had this amazing studio in her apartment, or amazing studio in her apartment in New York, and sort of infused that. So it's like the main drum part is Marco, but you get a little bit of it's almost like the other drum kits are sort of just treated like percussion, so right. Like just maybe, I'm only using the overhead of this one performance, and it's kind of like over here, so it's part of the soup, but so it was just fun to figure out. It was fun to figure out. Tape, interesting technical thing is at that time, this is when like the tape factories are kind of closing down, and Mike Spitz, rest in peace, ATR Services, he started making tape.
Yeah.
I forget what other, there was another tape I was using. It wasn't as boutique as what Mike was doing, but the manufacturing had become really inconsistent.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to record Nora and these incredible bands to tape and then transfer to Pro Tools in kind of a similar way that I did sort of described on Only by the Night. But I was finding that sometimes you'd run out of tape, you keep a few performances sometimes, and you'd have to switch reels to keep going. Yeah. But even the reels that you're being sold as the same batch,
totally different.
You have to realign the whole machine. It was a nightmare. And so at a certain point, I just gave up on trying to record to tape, and we're just recording things into the computer at 96K. And I had to actually spend a little bit more than a week when everything was done and recorded, prepping the album to be mixed, because I took it home to my basement studio, and I was basically running the multi-track off of Pro Tools through my console, through my tape machine, and then printing, and then kind of bringing it back into Pro Tools. So it's just to kind of get the sound that I wanted to get, so that was quite a process. And also in that late night session where Frank was playing bass, his son Izzy had made this, who's his young son, he's not so young anymore, is literally like a genius, crazy talented mind. But Izzy he's like 6 at the time, and Izzy really wanted this robotics kit that was like very expensive. And so Frank plays bass through a Marshall, lead 100. So Frank loves distortion and just a really aggressive sound. So Frank was like, okay, Izzy, tell you what, this is how you can earn some of the money to have the robotics kit. It's like, you design a distortion pedal, and I'll help you build them. So I have like number 10 of Izzy's project of making these distortion pedals so that he can buy the robotics kit.
When he was 6.
When he was, when he was 6. I mean, no, this kid, like when he's like 6 and 7 years old, he's like talking to like, physicists, like university professors, like Oberheim, just wow. like massive minds, he probably could have had a very intelligent conversation with George Massenburg about things that are probably beyond our reach. So on that song, I'm getting this tangential story on that song on Chasing Pirates. It's like, hey, we were just setting up having fun. So it's like, Frank was like, hey, check out this pedal Izzy made. So I'm like, okay, it's this crazy, like aggressive distortion, but he's like, what do you think? And I'm like, well, yeah, whatever, let's go for it. But then when I got it home, and it's just like, this doesn't really kind of cut it as the bass. So I had to reamp that bass part. I mean, it still is very much the sound, but I had to sort of fill it out and give it some body and some weight, because we were just very much recording on the fly. So just little projects like that after the fact, mostly because of what was available as tape at the time. It was just, just a very interesting little aside there.
Yeah.
But it was fantastic. I had such a good time making that album. The talent and personalities and all of it was just a beautiful thing. And we had a lot of fun, and we made what I think is a really special record.
Yeah, and it's almost the Steely Dan approach of just like, man, who should play this song? It's great.
Yeah, I've never thought of it that way, but yeah, I mean, at least what I know of the Steely Dan history, that, yeah, I've never done anything like that, and I wouldn't before or after to that degree. But it sure was fun. I wouldn't want to do it all the time. I mean, I think you can only do it with a Nora.
Yeah. I mean, how often are you putting together bands for people anyway? Because most of the acts you work with are bands, aren't they?
Yeah, for the most part. It comes in seasons. I think I've moved away from working with artists that I need to have studio bands for, but that, in large part, but I made a fantastic album earlier this year that's with a artist. His name's Michael MacArthur, and put together a great band. Aaron Sterling on drums, Eli Beard on bass, and Drew Smithers on guitar, and then Josh Davis, who's a friend of Michael's on the second guitar, and Elliot Blaufus on keys. And it's just like, so I do but almost all those guys are kind of my friends. So I don't, even though they are studio musicians and guys for hire, and that's what they do every day, I don't really quite look at that particular moment as session players. I do it from time to time. I'm kind of, I guess, moving away from it a little bit. I've started doing, so I do work for Facebook now, where I contribute through their FMI program. It's Facebook Music Initiative. So I create instrumental works of music for that project. And I have formed what I call the K Club. So, all my various friends and collaborators, we just kind of create, and it's not genre specific. We do whatever kind of we feel like. So I am, in that way, I am working with, putting musicians together. But I guess to answer the question is, I have spent a lot of time working with bands.
Right.
Mostly working with bands. And even when I'm selecting, session musicians for projects, I think about it very much as like I'm building a band.
Right.
So interpersonal, like how I feel like people's chemistry is not just their music taste ability. It really is like how the chemistry is going to come together, and whether I think a certain session musician is going to feel sympathetic to what the artist is doing.
Right.
Because I don't want somebody to come in and just play a chart.
Yeah.
Of a song. I want them to feel invested and want to get it right. Like they're going to care about the project.
And all the people you've talked about, I mean, they're all, not only will they come in and be sympathetic to the artist, but they're also sympathetic to each other. Like, I've gotten to work with Smokey a bunch of times, and he has a thing. I mean, you can tell, oh man, that's Smokey, but he's such a band guy. He's just listening constantly, and it's all about making sure what he's doing is working with what everybody else is doing, and that's what a band does, as opposed to just a group of musicians to come in and read a chart. Yeah, it's a very different thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So you and I approach it very much the same way. I'm not interested in the, clock punching, play the chart type of situation at all, because the thing is, it's like, I don't really run sessions that way. I'm not like, okay, here's the demo, play your version of the demo. It's just like, well, here's the demo. Let's let's take that as a jumping off point and like, let's create something. So let's get involved in playing off of each other, feeding off of each other, and trying to, you know, just make it in a different way. It's like, how do we all feel inspired as a group in this moment, and figure it out with each other? And hey, what are you playing? Or, well, that's a good idea. Well, maybe I should change what I'm doing so that can shine.
Yeah.
That type of mentality.
Yeah, it's great. And some just amazing musicians. I mean, that list, everybody should go back and just pause after each name you said and go look up 10 records they played on and find them, because it's, yeah. I mean, like you mentioned Zac, who's, I think he's in Death Cab for Cutie now, but I mean, he played on so many records leading up to that and is such a great musician. Had a really cool studio in LA for a while too. Might still have it. I don't know.
No, one of his barefoot speakers. What do you? It's I can't think of the word. When something just kind of catches on fire, just like it
spontaneously combusted.
Yeah, basically spontaneously combusted overnight, sitting on the console, starts a fire, falls on the console, and the studio burns up. And so he does not have that studio in Burbank anymore.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of stuff in that.
Yeah. Yeah. He had shared it with Joey Warnaker too, but they didn't, the fire was, fortunately contained to the control room.
Right.
So that, like, because he has an insane collection of instruments that wasn't lost.
Right. Good.
Some water damage, certainly. I consider myself so lucky to know all the musicians that I've come across, like have so many friendships and so many experiences with so many great musicians. It's like they've made me better. Yeah, it's just insane. And yes, Zac is officially in Death Cab for Cutie for a number of years now.
Right. Awesome. All right. I want to ask you about a record just to get your take on it. So Augustana. Because that was a record. I was in LA when that record was getting made, and it was one of these records that, I mean, I think I actually even may have worked on it twice or something like that, but only for a day to come in and do so. It was one of these records that just seemed to keep going on, and but I never got a good picture about what was happening with that record. So I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, Dan and those guys, very, very talented, but I think they were the victim of just some of the thinking that goes on at major labels and really overworking them for songs. And, I mean, sometimes an artist maybe doesn't write, an album that has, the few obvious, even the one obvious songs that, very obvious in the eyes of the labels, to sort of feel like that it will propel the album, like be a significant single, or like be able to take them to the next level. They just seem to be sort of stuck in this place where the songs weren't good enough, and it was sort of like, okay, well, we'll give you a little rope so you can go kind of like start to record and kind of, I think, in hopes that, like, okay, well, maybe this will kind of kickstart things. Where I came in, that seemed like it had been going on for a little while, and there was a bit of a desperate feeling, a little bit of a confused feeling within the band, and it almost felt like a little bit of a last ditch effort. Yeah, it was. I mean, I really enjoyed working with those guys, and Dan's songwriting and singing is, world class. But it just was kind of just sort of an unfortunate situation where they sort of had this dark cloud hanging over their head. And I felt like I was being sort of put in a difficult position between the band and the label to kind of sort of make these things happen, get better songs, get better records to happen than but I was like, so I was very sympathetic with the band. And so I kind of maybe made a little bit of an error in judgment where I really tried to protect the band, and um, I wouldn't send rough mixes into the label. So I sort of started to kind of create a little bit of a frustrated situation between myself and the label. And that sort of that dogged determination that I have, and that like the decision making, I guess, that often, I guess, as you pointed out, can work to my benefit. I think I sort of took the wrong approach on that. And I was a little bit I was using my horns a little bit too much towards the label, trying to protect the band, because I was just trying to get them to feel better about themselves.
Right.
And so that I felt like we give them a better opportunity for output. I felt like that we were getting there, but then when it was time to start to show things to the label, we just weren't really getting the reception, that we wanted. And it just sort of, it took the path that it took. And I don't know if the time that you spent with them was before or after me.
No idea.
No idea either. It's just like I don't even really remember. Sometimes it's unfortunate because I really think that we had great songs, and I think we made some great records on that album. I get compliments on it occasionally. It's just like that means something to someone, and it's like it's like, well, okay, at least there's that. But you go through these experiences, and I haven't really spent a lot of time looking back at it. It's just like I sort of walked away sort of feeling like we weren't in the best situation, and we didn't get a great outcome. And it certainly was the beginning of the demise. It felt like the band was struggling, but that felt like a turning point also for them sort of breaking up.
Right.
Even though they carried on and supported the album, it was sort of like, okay, well, it seems like the writing's on the wall. And we were working at the studio on Fairfax called Vox or something. Have you ever, that place?
Know of it. Yeah, I don't think I ever worked there.
Yeah. It was interesting because it was just like this hole in the wall with vines growing on it. That's like this gate that you went in, and it opened up to this kind of courtyard, very shady courtyard. And the studio that I was working in was on the left-hand side. And then Robert Carranza had a setup in that same sort of compound. So that I thought that was really cool. It was a Neve desk, and they had lots of cool gear. It was very vibey and very LA. We were having a good time. It just didn't really feel like we ever got it off the ground. And so I just haven't spent a lot of time looking back at it. I just really tried to support those guys the best I could. And I probably made some mistakes, like I said, with sort of trying to positioning myself between them and the label. But yeah, I was just trying to do the right thing by the artist, because I know at the end of the day, that's the artist and the records you make with them are the only path to success. It's not all the other stuff. If you don't get that right, then, I know that sometimes the machine can kind of make things rise to the top because somebody that's a gatekeeper really has a fixation on making that happen, and they have the ability to make it happen. But at least from my perspective and my input, all I can do is support the artist and make a great record, and just hope that it's good enough to get to where it deserves to be.
Right.
So that's
that was one of those really weird situations where the gatekeepers were the label that had signed the band and had these huge expectations for them because they loved them, but somehow refused to even acknowledge if the band had ever gotten close to living up to them. It was like a really weird thing. Like, I don't know that they could have done anything short of showing up with Sgt. Pepper's. Like, what were they going to do that was going to satisfy the label at that point? It's like the label thought they were something else, I guess, or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just like, this is where it wasn't really ever clear to me. And it gets tough. Guys get on, in their later 20s and early 30s and start to have families, and they start to feel like this window of opportunity is closing down on them, and they start to, people, we start to make decisions in life sometimes based on just trying to hang on to what we have. And most of the time it's not the way to do it, but it's like sometimes you don't feel like you have a choice. And so,
Yeah.
listen, I think this is true of you and me and a lot of our friends, is that, we make lots of great records, and we have lots of great experiences, but the percentage of those that make it through to, only by the night status or, whatever is very small, very small. So you just got to try to do it for the right reason, really,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always the conversation I have with younger bands where they're doing something because they think they should or something like that. And it's like, look, it's like going in, hey, let's win a Grammy on this one. Like, you can't control any of that. So make sure that even if it tanks, you like your record, period. You got to start there, and then you can work your way out in any direction. But if you don't start there, like, what have you got at the end of it?
Well, nothing that would, nothing that, in my opinion, that you've really focused on in the right way, creating it with the right, goals in mind, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you could get lucky and it'll explode because anyway, whatever. Don't want to get too stuck on that.
I don't want to be cynical, but I think it's important to talk about these things because it is, it should inform people's perspective about what it is they're trying to do.
Yeah.
And but the landscape's changing. I mean, the big labels still have the majority of the money to promote things.
Yeah.
But they're not signing things to develop things.
No, they sign if you've already got the numbers.
If your TikTok analytics are good, you'll get a deal. Otherwise, good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way it feels at the moment to me.
Well, it's been like that for a long time. I mean, there have been A&R target numbers for social media since MySpace,
Yes. It's just become so pervasive because, basically though, it's democratized. You have a label, right? I have an imprint. I have an artist management company. It's just like, just with a little bit of hard work. I mean, you and I can put music out on Spotify and, put a imprint on it. And, it's just like put video, social media content and promote it and all that kind of engagement too. It's just like, why would you want to do all that work and then, partner with a big label? I mean, it's like, I still try because they have they have that money to like blow things up, but you can still do the opportunities there is, I guess, what I'm trying to say. So
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the tools that the major labels use are the same ones you'll use. If you hire a PR company, promo, social media, whatever, all those companies are the same ones. They don't even have departments at the labels anymore in a lot of cases.
Nope.
So you can do it yourself. I mean, and it takes money, and as you say, it takes a hell of a lot of work, and a lot of it feels as though you're hitting your head against a wall that will not break, but it can. It absolutely can. All right, so look, we got other records to talk about here. I can skip over a couple. I don't even know what I want to skip over here because, like,
well, don't skip. I'll just make the answer shorter. How about that?
Well, no. All right. Well, let's hear a little bit about the Cold War Kids record.
Okay. Well, that was, here again, the success and the spotlight that's shown on me from Only by the Night, Kings of Leon. It's like those guys wanted to sort of branch out, make something, a little bit. They started out as a very experimental kind of indie band, and they kind of wanted to keep that, but also sort of like swing for the fences a little bit, and so like I had been identified as, maybe someone that you could consider that could help get that job done. So sort of, engaged them and, the process of that album was really cool. We decided that we would finish writing the record in the studio. So they came to Nashville. We booked this small studio called House of David for a month. And we We worked at House of David, basically demoing and finishing the writing. But with the idea, it's like, we're going to do this in a legit studio because we might keep some of this stuff.
Can I just say that is a really weird name for a studio?
Well, I'm trying to think of what David's last. So David, I'll think of it. Well, he was the piano player for Elvis.
Right. Okay.
So
It's the House of David. I love it. I mean,
House,
I
House of
absolutely love
David.
it. But when you said House of, I was expecting pretty much any word in the English language except David. So anyway,
Yeah.
so go on, go on.
So we worked, and so this is like in the alley behind House of David is just like basically the alley that Ocean Way Nashville is like. They're just like almost back to back. And so we spent a month at House of David, and then we're like, okay, we're going to go over to Ocean Way and re-record some of these demos, right? And we did, and that was mostly successful. There was a few songs that we just couldn't get happy with the band, especially Nathan, the singer. And we ended up booking sessions out in LA at Sunset Sound to kind of redo a couple things. I think Upside Down, I think, is that the song? I mean, we recorded that like 3 or 4 times, and it wasn't until like the 3rd or 4th time that we were recording it, maybe the 2nd time at Sunset Sound, that was like, it felt like we unlocked it. Now it's like, that was a pretty, I've never in before, not struggled is the right word, but like found something to be so elusive. But we had like this, big moment recording that. It was like suddenly we unlocked it and everything kind of fell into place. There is a song on there on the album called Out of the Wilderness. And we were re-recording it at Ocean Way. We had this really cool version that we'd done at House of David. We were trying to re-record it at Ocean Way. And I was just like, it just wasn't feeling right. And so we were going back to we were going back to the session that we'd done at House of David. And I was just like, man, that rhythm section part is so cool. It's like, well, why don't I put the bass and drums over in the left speaker and the new stuff that we're doing in the right speaker, and we'll just keep the rhythm section, and we'll put new guitars on it. And it sounded really, really cool. So we did that. So it's got 2 band performances in it. We might have kept Johnny's guitar, his rhythm part from the House of David, but the bridge, Nathan still wasn't happy with the bridge of the song. He kind of wanted to rewrite it a little bit. So it wasn't going to work with either of the versions that we'd kind of put together. So we just, did we do it? I think we did it at Sunset Sound. We recorded a new bridge and just cut it into the song. So it's cool. It's just like the song is like these 2 rhythm sections. It gets to the bridge and it's just bam and it's like one performance. And then it goes back to finish the song. That was just a really cool, kind of a really cool thing. That's my style, is just get in there, be prepared and find it, take the journey and do whatever it takes to get to that place of where it feels done, accomplished.
So the song that you had to unlock, as you call it, do you remember like what wasn't right about the earlier versions and what changed? Or was it just chipping away and all of a sudden it's there?
Chipping away. I think what it really came down to is just finding the right drum performance. And not that Matt Avera was not giving a great performance. It was just his interpretation of the way to play the song was not meshing with the other band members.
Right.
And then that not meshing was not satisfying me. And, and they're looking at me to kind of like direct and solve and sort of, move things ahead. And it just took me a long time to be able to figure it out. And I just remember that, one evening at Sunset Sound, was like, it just sort of like came to me like a bolt of lightning. And I was like, I just kind of talked Matt through my idea, and he got it and he got onto it, and it kind of made it his own thing. And it suddenly got this life and he played it, and we like were listening. The rest of us were listening to him play to the tracks in the control room, and we're like high-fiving each other. It was just like, that's it. It's like, where the fuck has it been all this time?
Yeah.
But I don't really remember what it just never felt like it, got off the ground. It just never felt like it came together in a way that felt compelling, or that we as a group felt, moved by. So it's like, I mean, that's part of it. You're just in agreement. Some record makers are like, this is the way it is. This is the way we're going to do your song. There it is. Now go in there and do your part, and I'll handle the rest. It's like, I don't do things that way. It just doesn't really make any sense to me, because it's like, why did the label think Augustana was so great, but then not
like anything they did? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's like, it's like, okay, well, so I just don't operate that way. So it's just like, it's a journey. And I think that's what's fun. I mean, it was euphoric when we landed on that,
And did you have any fear that you were going to hear it the next day and like, oh, hold on, that wasn't it? Or you just knew?
Not at that point. Not at that point. No, because we had like worn ourselves out over it.
Right.
For that. It's like, no, because it wasn't like, it didn't feel like the elation was out of relief. It felt like we'd actually discovered it, it's just like,
right.
Fuck, there it is, and it felt genuine among the whole group. So it was very satisfying.
That's awesome. Yeah. Bob Rock was talking about it last week. I was like figuring out where the song lives. And a lot of times it's obvious, but sometimes it's not.
No. No. I mean, that Bob describing it that way. It's very apt. It's just like, it's like what feels like the home, what feels like the sphere that it lives in.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. It was good. It was succinct.
All right,
it doesn't have to be, though. It doesn't have to be at all. All right. While we're talking about bands, of Monsters and Men, because it's another little bit of a left turn-ish. Yeah. But also, I wanted to ask about this because Craig Silvey mixed it.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the first time? Because it seems as though, unless I'm missing something, that was kind of the first time you were not mixing your own production. Is that right? Ish, even.
Ish. I think so. So Craig has mixed 2 albums for me. He mixed Editors and of Monsters and Men. Now the reason, I think you're right, Andrew. I think that is correct. So the reason that I made that decision was that, so of Monsters and Men, and this is similar to what happened with Kaleo, another Icelandic band, is that they had made an album on their own, in their own country, with their own dollars, and had put it out. And, some savvy young person heard it and started playing it on a radio station, I believe in Seattle. And so, they had released it in Iceland. They hadn't released it internationally, but, somebody had kind of gotten a hold of it and started playing it. And, somehow these things, when they're real special, kind of like they circulate the globe real fast. And Republic Records sort of got on the trail of them and signed them to a record contract, and they were going to release the album internationally. But then the thought and they had already, so the biggest song on that album is Little Talks. Little Talks had already been recorded and produced. Little Talks is the song that had started playing on the radio in Seattle, or is it Philadelphia? Anyways, it's beside the point.
Same thing, really.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. Just made a lot of people angry.
So they knew that they had kind of a hit song, but they didn't feel like they had any other songs on the album of that sort of immediacy And so I got a call because, I'm a band person and, I've worked well with international artists. And so what was proposed was like, would you be interested in this? This is what we'd like you to rework some of the songs on the album because we feel like the arrangements could be better. Some of the music could be reworked. Let's kind of try to make some singles out of these things. And we'd also like you to record some new music in hopes to have something that feels like it could follow up Little Talks. And I said, well, yeah, sure. I love this music and this band seems really interesting to me. And I got the backstory on how they made it. And the idea is like, look, we'll send them over to you. You can record it at Blackbird and, all this stuff. And I'm like, well, wait a minute now. Like, they made this at home with a really good engineer at a really good studio. Well, a good studio in Reykjavik. It's like, I think maybe it's a bit much. They felt really good about this album and they finished it and put it out. I think I was like, wouldn't it be a bit much to like suddenly send these young kids that have only really been in Iceland over to America to work with me in this big studio? It's like, I want to kind of maybe take them out of their context a little bit. And especially if we're going to rework and add to this album, shouldn't I maybe go to them and work in the studio where they worked and with the engineer that they used and kind of like, if we're going to add to this, let's do it. Let's go to the place where it was done. So I went over there and we, I helped them come up with the new song, the song Mountain Sound, which was a pretty successful follow-up single for Little Talks and like, what is it? Lake House. I can't remember all the songs on there, but we reworked a bunch of songs. And the reason that I chose Craig is because I felt like going into that situation, kind of having the role that I was going to have, that putting the mixing job in someone else's hands was probably the right idea because some of the songs that I would have been mixing, I would have had nothing to do with because I wasn't touching every song on there, and it's just like, and I was also creating, not only was I reworking songs, but I was creating new songs, which were probably going to have more of my sound and my thumbprint on them. Right. And so I just felt like, let's put it in someone else's hands so that hopefully they'll equalize out all those, that sort of variation and disparity a little bit, And so that's why I, and Craig had moved to London quite a number of years ago and was very familiar with sort of international alternative because he, names. Craig has had a very successful career. I just thought he would have the right sensibility to sort of bring it all together. And so that's sort of like how that came to be.
Right. And it worked out. And again, it just shows, you're always thinking big picture, which is commendable. Because it's a lot to let go of, really,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But I could ask this of you. I mean, being very involved in the recording, being the producer, and when I've hand a record off to you to mix, it's like I don't think I've been too overly involved or overbearing or like tried to work my agenda. It's just like it's been given to you because you are great at what you do and you're going to speak into it. And that's what we want. It's not going to be what I would do with it. And so, it's not the normal thing that I do. And it puts me in a little bit of a different mind frame when I'm working on a record that I know I'm going to hand off to someone else. It's a little bit different than what I would, if I know I'm going to mix something, it's just a slightly different thing. I might commit more to a process or a sound.
Right.
yeah, or I just might, yeah, I don't know. It's just a little bit different. I don't know if there's anything that's very specific about it, but it's just a different consideration. I mean,
So
yeah,
so
go
most of
ahead.
the time when you've had someone else mix, you've known early on in the project that was going to happen.
That's interesting. Almost always,
Interesting.
almost always. And it's because I think it's for, because I think it's the right call for the end result. Like we're working with Shania Twain. I knew that I was not going to be the only producer.
Right.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's a bad idea when an album is made and you've got a bunch of different different camps making different songs for the album. Um, Someone needs to be responsible to mix the whole thing to bring it together. So it's just like immediately it's just like, well, I'm happy to record and produce, but I think, like, and they were fine with that because Spike Stint's going to mix that, like we did when I did Kaleo. Kaleo is a very almost identical story of Monsters and Men because they had already made an album, and you had already started working with them, and I think I had suggested you early on before, when I was talking about doing the project and kind of evaluating this in the same way with of Monsters Men, I thought that you would be the perfect candidate to bring it all together. Um, Now, the one time that I can think of where the project came to me and I knew it wasn't really my decision, it was kind of came to me this way, is the James Bay album. Republic came to me and they said, we want you to put together a band for James and produce and record the record, but we want Michael Brower to mix it. That was like, this is what was offered to me and put on the table. And I was like, yeah, sure. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea. So yeah, I mean, I typically have made those decisions because I think it's the right call. With Chris Daughtry, we did that. You and I did that. I'm sure there's something else I'm forgetting, but it's just as the producer, as the person that's looking at the big picture. That's part of the decision-making process for me.
Right. Awesome. So right around the same time of A Monsters and Men, and we'll come back to Kaleo in a second, but you also made a Melissa Etheridge record.
Yes. Yeah.
That would be slightly different than of Monsters and Men.
Totally. Totally. That was a little, that was a little bit interesting. Melissa's a fantastic person, fantastic talent. Really enjoyed that process. She was, there was multiple producers on that. And she wanted to use her live band, which are, great players. It's just as like, but the reason that I mention that is because, when you have a relationship with the people that you tour with, and they're not they're your band, but they're not part of they're not, it's not, they didn't start the band all together.
Right.
It's Melissa Etheridge.
Yeah, they're hired to be the
right?
band. Yeah.
Going into the studio, it's just like you're just dealing with a relationship that a musical relationship that is not entirely built around just making a record. So there was, there's a little bit of me trying to get the hang of what all that dynamic was, and that, that relationship, and yeah, it was, I think, and she was she was very much in charge of that process. I mean, I didn't pick the band. I didn't pick the studio. I didn't pick the songs that it was just like, I was these things were sort of assigned. And I think we did it. I think we did a really, really good job. But I think it could have been stronger in the end, but we worked at House of Blues out in Encino.
Right.
Which is a cool hang, and there's some cool things about that. But the recording space, I've made a few records there. It can be great, but it's not always great.
Yeah, it's odd.
It's odd. It's a little confining, and there's some parameters around it that are not necessarily always ideal. But I've made some cool things had some good experiences. So yeah, I mean, good experience. I just don't think from the beginning it's just like sometimes you just get into situations and the potential is a little bit hampered by circumstances. And it's, no one's really at fault or a bad actor. It just, sometimes it just kind of just doesn't quite all come together in the way you'd hope. But,
Right.
you know, um, but I still show up with the same ambition and dedication to try to affect the outcome to be as great as it possibly can. I also realize that, the greatest champions at sport or whatever is that they don't win every time. They don't always perform their best. So it's, and what we acknowledged earlier is like made tons of great records, had tons of great experiences. There's just a few that really kind of get talked about. Like for me, Kings of Leon, Only by the Night, it's like kind of like a pinnacle for me, most widely known for it. But that's not the sum total of my experience and my output. It's a small slice. I'm very proud of it, of course, for many reasons. But so all that to say, it's just like we just do the best we can, and let the chips fall where they do.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Well, let's speak of another record, which would be slightly different than that one, is the Dawes record.
Okay.
Because talking about musicians, talking about Zac earlier, whatever, you got Blake Mills on that record.
No, Blake actually is not part of.
Oh,
he's not part of. No, he's not part of that.
Oh, right.
Not part of that because that's. So originally they were called Simon Dawes, and yes, Blake was part of the band, and then they changed it to Dawes, and I think he made a couple records with them, but then Blake moved on. He's incredible talent, Blake, and so it was just the four guys. Taylor, the singer, Griffin, his brother on drums.
Putting you on the spot by naming
No, it's
someone
okay.
who wasn't in the band.
No, huh?
I
No,
put you on
it's
the.
okay. It's totally fine. I'm sorry. I'm drawing a couple blanks, but that was really that was a cool record. I mean, what I loved about the opportunity with that is Taylor is such works on his songwriting craft so hardcore, great voice, really dedicated band to performance and being the real deal. They wanted to only they really just like only wanted to record on tape, very analog, just very like true to the sort of classic art form of recording, and studio, and just they have a very elevated taste in music, and they just really dedicated to their craft. So that was a great experience. We recorded at Echo Mountain in Asheville, North Carolina. I thought, so I wanted to get them out of LA. I didn't want to bring them to Nashville. I kind of wanted to, knowing that it's that kind of situation where you're mostly trying to get it done as a performance on tape. I kind of also wanted to be away from home. I kind of just wanted to make a special event out of it. So, the Jessica and the staff at Echo Mountain are excellent. The church studio is amazing. The big, beautiful wooden room with a Neve desk. So we went there and recorded, and the guy, what are you would know, maybe you can help me remember the guys that manage Metallica.
Oh yeah, Cliff and Peter.
Cliff and Peter,
Q
right?
Prime. Yeah.
Q Prime, yes, Cliff and Peter. Thank you. they're managing Dawes, and those guys. I mean, those guys are great managers. They know what they're doing. They they have a lot of confidence from a lot of the successes they've had, and they're really pushing. They would tell Taylor like, dude, you're afraid to write a chorus. It's just like, they were like really leaning on him and pushing on him and wanting me to kind of like help him sort of shorten his song form, sort of have like choruses that had a little bit more of that immediate sort of like sing along quality, not on across everything, but they kind of wanted me to sort of help them elevate the things in that way. Yeah, that was really cool. I mean, we of course put things, well, not of course, but we recorded on tape, and then I transferred over to Pro Tools. I mixed off of Pro Tools, and we did do some overdubs in Pro Tools, but Taylor didn't even want to sing into the computer. He wanted to sing on the tape machine.
Right.
So, so it was interesting, it's just like the engineers and assistants that were working with me, super talented, wonderful guys, but they just didn't have much experience recording on tape. So like punching things in on like punching vocals in and, all these types of things, it's like it was all on me to kind of get it done.
Right.
So, I mean, I love that experience. It was really good, but in those situations where you have to get it right to tape, there can be some pushing and shoving that goes on. And so there, I think how I had to kind of lean into things sometimes kind of kept me from making a second record with them. But, I felt like we did, it's just like little things like Taylor and I like not fought, but we like argued a lot about, there's a song called Most People. And I kept saying, I was like, guys, we got to play this song faster. It's got to be faster. It's got to be faster. And it's like, no. I'm like, okay. So we record it at the tempo they were on to record it at, and the record comes out, and I see a performance of them like 6 months later. It's at the damn tempo I wanted it at. It's just like, but it's just like, so that is what it is, it's just yeah.
And were they cool with the idea of recording outside of LA? Because maybe I've got this wrong, but I mean, as far as I knew, they were a super LA, like students of the Laurel Canyon scene. Like that was it. And did they feel like they wanted to record in LA, or were they totally cool with going outside?
I think I took a little convincing, but as I just told them, like, that I wanted to make it a special thing. I just kind of wanted to get in a cocoon, and that, Echo Mountain is a really special place, and it would, they would enjoy the time there, and we could be isolated, and they wouldn't be distracted by, being at home. It's just like, you basically have one purpose when you get up, is to go to the studio.
Right.
And you're in a cool town. We can have, we can go out and have nice dinners. It's just like, it's a beautiful setting. It's all these things. It's like, we can breathe a little bit, and we're not going to have all the normal distractions of our everyday life. And I kind of sold that appeal to them, and it was a good thing. Everybody was very happy with the decision, but it did take a little bit of salesmanship.
Right. Nice one. All right. God, there's so much stuff here, but I'm going to just skip things. But again, if there's anything at all you want to bring up, just bring it up, because I'm just like saying random names of records you've made. So,
please do, man.
Well, so let's talk about the Moon Taxi record, because I think you had that on your list of stuff you were really proud of that you've done. It was on that list, right? Yeah. I mean, you had it second on your list. You had year zero on there. But I think it's a record not a lot of people necessarily know about. So,
Moon Taxi is a Nashville band. They went to the Belmont College, is kind of like the music college that's here. A lot of people go there for music degrees, music business, especially too. They formed, Tommy, who's the bass player, and Trevor, who's a singer, have been friends since they were like 8, I think. But they formed the group at school. I think Wes, the keyboard player, is the last to join. And they've just been working, and and their style has changed a bit over time. You know, they were a little bit more jammy as a band early on. And Spencer Thompson, who is a very good friend of mine, I collaborate with him a ton to this day, all the time. I don't know how many records he'd made. But I think Daybreaker was their fourth album that I worked with them on. And Spencer had, you know, self-produced the band, and he's kind of like, you know, they all contribute significantly musically, but Spencer's sort of like the core in terms of getting things done and leading the charge. Yeah, I'm just really proud of it because of the relationships I formed, I guess, and that we really did some things for them and with that album that were kind of like jumping off points for me in the years after, just in terms of my collaborative relationship with Spencer, but that the amount of programming and shaping and sort of effort that was put into constructing that record, it was very constructed and methodical, but in a way that just didn't feel laborious or overworked. And I just think that we really took a band sound and sort of contextualize it in a kind of a contemporary way, where we retained all of the qualities of who they are as a live performing band with a programmed kind of feel, a sensibility, and kind of just brought it all together. And, and I was the first outside producer that they'd worked with too. So, I mean, just, yeah, a lot of things like that. And Vance Powell had mixed some of their early albums. So, they're like sponges, especially Spencer, yeah. So, I mean, it just, yeah, I don't listen to all of the records I've made very much, but that Daybreaker album is one of the ones that I will go back and listen to, especially in the summertime. We quite often will put on like a Moon Taxi playlist and all the music that is similar. It's not just Moon Taxi that's playing. It's like Moon Taxi radio, I guess. Yeah. And there's just a lot of cool music that it resonates with. So I'm proud of it for that reason. And it is out of that experience, I've had a lot of good friendships with all of them. And recently I just made another song with them for Universal Audio, which, so this rewinds all the way back to Redwood City, Eric Valentine and Eric's studio, Hunk of Shit. Yeah. HOS. Yeah. So, Eric had a warehouse studio in Redwood City, and I started working. So I started working with Eric on, we probably talked about all this, but on Third Eye Blind. Mm-hmm. I used to go down to Redwood City to work on Smash Mouth with him on the second album. And, Michael Busby was the studio intern. And Busby, we lost Michael a couple of years ago to a brain tumor, but Mike Busby was the intern at Hunk of Shit for Eric, and so we became longtime friends. And Busby went on to write some massive songs with Pink and produce records with. Oh gosh, my brain, but that's sort of beside the point. A couple years ago, Moon Taxi started writing a song with Busby, and they had the chorus, but the rest of the song didn't really get finished. And this opportunity to do a song, I was going to do a live stream with Universal Audio. We needed a song to perform live, and we needed a band and a song to do the live stream with, perform in the studio. And I don't remember what Spencer and I were working on, but he was here at my studio and we were working on something, and the call came in for that. And I was like, dude, what do you think? What do you think about doing this? this thing with me, live stream, get the band back together. And he was into it. And he mentioned this Busby song, and it's like, that would be amazing because, I knew Busby for more than 20 years. You guys really like this song. And they had subsequently finished writing it. It just would be, I love working with them. It's just like, it would just be a really cool thing to bring it all together. So, yeah, that's just a cool opportunity, and makes me feel good to kind of bring all those things together. It's like, it's funny how all these things get tied together eventually, if you hang out long enough.
Yeah. Yeah, it is amazing. It's a tiny, tiny little world, and people keep coming around, and yeah. So, look, I want to talk about the Kaleo record because we mentioned it. We talked a little bit about it, but it's an interesting thing because, like of Monsters and Men, they had made the record, and I don't know of Monsters and Men very much, but obviously they know enough about what they want to make a record. But I know with Kaleo that JJ has one of the strongest visions for what he wants a record to be of anyone I've ever met, and is more sensitive to the teeniest little details of what's going on than anyone I've ever met. And I'm curious, how did you balance that making that record, and anything else you want to say about it as well? But it's got to have been, I mean, obviously you work with a lot of very strong artists who have ideas about things and whatever, but I think even in that context, JJ's probably a little bit of a special case collaborating to make a record. And so I'm just curious how that went and how you got him to open up and accept. How accepting was he of the outside stuff when you started, and how that all happened?
Well, I mean, it was much easier in the beginning that it became over time. Yes, he is very driven and with a vision, and I mean, my experience is a little bit different maybe than your perspective. I mean, because I guess your experience is only working with him on mixes, right?
Well, no, I actually worked with them I mean, it was just for a mix, but at the very beginning, I can't remember the first song.
Way Down We
Go. And yeah, I mean, in that one, they had showed up, and I was going to mix it, and they wanted to come and hang out for 3 days. I'm like, well, what do you mean? Like, what is, like, I'm going to mix it, and then you'll come in. I might have still been mixing on the console then, or I was half and half or something like that. And I'm like, well, yeah, but we've got the guitars. Every guitar part we have straight, we have it reamped, and we've got it through a Leslie, and we need to go through and, like, we need to experiment on. And I just said, you guys need to go away and do a rough mix. Like, that's what you need to do. You don't need to start mixing this yet. So I probably could have dived in with them and done that, but just felt like that's something they needed to do on their own and make all of their decisions first, and then I was just mixing. So it was I kind of avoided a little bit of what I might have gotten into with him.
You made the right call.
Well, I just felt, and what was interesting is it hadn't even occurred to them. Like, I think the idea of having all of these options forever and ever and ever was like really exciting to them. And
it is, and that's not wrong, right?
No,
it's not wrong, but it's also not the way that you and I are used to being effective at our jobs, right? So, it's kind of finding that balance, and I would say that that's a kind of a good way to sort of get into. So I was not able to start the album when they wanted me to start it. I was, when they came to me, they were like, "We're ready to go," and I'm like, "Well, let's talk about this a little bit," because it's like I do have a little bit of a process of where I most of the time, not all the time, when Nora Jones calls you, it's like, yes, but sometimes it's like, well, let me think about this. Let me make sure that I'm the right person, and that we talk enough so that you also feel like that I am after, it's like, maybe the idea of me is a good idea, but I want you to talk to me and let's kind of work this through, because not only do I want to be able to make the right decision, I want you to feel like you've made the right decision, that you actually want to be in the studio with me, and that we've had enough of a dialogue that we feel convicted in our choices. And so the conversation, it's like, we need a little bit of time to talk about this, but I'm also booked out for many months. And so I can't start right now. And so I think they got impatient with that, and they went and started working. And that's where Way Down We Go got recorded. And then I kind of picked up with them after that, because I guess that situation didn't fully work out in the end to kind of continue on. And I think they ultimately did want to be working with me. But it was a similar thing where they had already recorded some of the songs. They wanted to rework them. And they do, the Icelandics they're wonderful people, but they think about things a little bit differently than we do. They have a sort of a different way of processing things and communicating, there's nothing bad about it. It's just a little different. It's just, it's just something to get used to. And I think it might be part of the culture, because they spend so much time in winter. And there isn't, the amount of activity is probably not quite what we're used to. It's a little bit more isolated, a little bit more hunkered down. I mean, I think that there's thought process as a result, and the culture, music is very much a part of their culture. It's just a little bit different. It's a little bit more of an experience of being together. And that's probably why they wanted to sit with you and sort of sort it out. And, we got into the process of making the record, and it seemed like, in hindsight, what I'm saying now, it's like, I think that's part of their process of thinking. It's not so much that they were second guessing stuff or dissatisfied with stuff.
Right.
But things just took a while.
Yeah. Got to explore everything. And I think the last time we spoke, I sort of talked about the tempo mapping that we did, and just how long kind of the discovery process would be. And, with JJ, he's an incredible singer. Yeah.
But it's just like, he's so picky in a way that I don't comprehend. And we kind of, towards the end, I think we started really butting heads over getting vocal takes, because he would sing, half a dozen awesome takes, and then I'd make a comp, and it'd be a great comp. And it's like, everybody kind of like, yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds like JJ kicking butt. He just was not satisfied. He'd want to sing it again. And so we do the whole process over. And at first I was kind of like, okay, I mean, it's your art. It's your voice. Sure, let's do it again. I'm not quite understanding why, but absolutely. And we do it again, kind of the same result. And then we do it again, kind of the same result. And sometimes we get to like, I labeled it super comping, because we'd get like 3, 4, 5 sessions of singing and comping, and then we'd comp the comps.
Right.
And at a certain point I was, like, okay, we are comping. This is the second time we're comping, 5 comps, and it's like, I'm like, what are we searching for? And he says, he one day he said to me, and this is probably where the relationship kind of took a turn for the worse, is like, he just said to me, it's just like, it's not what I want it to be. And I just like looked at him. I'm like, dude, you're good enough of a singer that if you know what you want it to be, I want you to go out there and friggin' sing it, and stop, like, what are we doing? I don't get this. It's like the nuance between these comps. It's like, sure, it's a different performance, but it's not like, well, this one doesn't sound as good as this one. They all sound great. It's just like, it's very subjective. It's like, I don't think you know what you're looking for. And so that was a bit hard. And we would spend hours like getting a tone and a like a guitar thing for Ruben, and JJ'd walk in and be like, what are you guys doing? That's terrible. I'll do it. And it's just like, okay. So it was tough, but I mean, but at the end of the day, you also can't argue
No.
with, you can't argue with what the power, but it's just not, it's just because it's killer. And I'm sitting here looking at the Kaleo gold record I have over here.
Ah, that's weird. They
It,
forgot to send me one. It's
oh, well, you should have one.
I have been sent one gold record in my entire career.
You have to ask for them now.
Well, I know, and you got to pay for them. And I like,
Uh, Most of the time you do.
yeah. So anyway, but like the one thing I would say about JJ, like I've worked with a lot of people who'll get picky like that, but then you realize that they don't know what it is that's not happening. Whereas he is ridiculously consistent because, like in mix notes, you don't go in circles. You don't.
No,
You're
it's all true.
chasing something, and it might be impossible for him to describe what it is that's not right. But when it's right, and then you are done with it. It's just sometimes getting there is like you don't know where you're going. But
Yeah. And for me, uh, for me in the recording producing process, I think I know we did great work, and we have a lot of songs, a lot of amazing songs. I'm very proud of that record, and I liked the process. I'm not hating on JJ. It's just like that's where I found some frustration. But I would give him kudos. Is like, yeah, the result is the result is the result. It's great.
yeah,
But there was also some songs like he just wouldn't ever finish writing the lyrics to. It's like we had these, he would say that the vocal's not finished, so he wouldn't fully sing a finished vocal because he was still working on the lyrics. But we had these incredible tracks, and we'd even put like strings and orchestration on them. It's like, it's like, okay, well, we're not going to, I'm like, why are we not going to finish this? Can't you just figure out what it is you want to say the lyric and let's finish it? And, it's just like, so sometimes there was just some head scratching moments, um, but yeah, I mean, incredible talent, it's like, but
yeah.
sometimes the minds don't, it's just like things just don't mesh, and relationships kind of like come to an end. Did you mix on the most recent album?
I mixed a few songs. Yeah,
Yeah. Cool.
yeah, yeah. I had a bunch of mixers on that one. I think because
How do you-
again, he's always chasing stuff. And there was a song actually that I mixed for the first album that didn't make the record. Is it "Walk on Water"? Is that the one?
Yes. Yeah.
And so then when I'd mixed a couple songs for the new album, and they said, okay, hey, we got this other song for you to do. And they sent "Walk on Water." I'm like, hold on a second, this sounds really familiar. And I went looking through the hard drives, and I found my old mix. And I'm looking through the multi-track, and like it hasn't changed that much, but there are enough tweaks. And you're like, okay, obviously I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to like pretend and use the old version because there's going to be stuff. They'll hear it. I have no idea what's different, but they're going to hear it. And so I mixed it again. And then I think that one ended up getting mixed by Michael Brower because like that was just one that no one could figure out what he wanted to do with it exactly. Yeah. And it's also different artists when you're mixing. Like he spends so much time on it before you get it that he's one of those artists where you tend to honor the rough, like almost to a fault. There are just things about it that, man, like I don't know how I can make that work differently, so I guess I'm going to live with it. Whereas with other artists, you like rip it apart because you can always put it back together, but it's not that simple with their stuff. And Hosier's another one like that. But like the progression with Hosier was on the first record, what I got to mix was very, very close to what he wanted. And on the second record, there were some songs where he'd ask me to do something in the mix notes, and I'd assume he meant something subtle. And then it turned out that he had someone else mix it because what he wanted was so drastic that I never would have gone there because I just assumed what was coming to me had been, gotten close. So I think that was the thing about working on that second record was I just assumed everything I was getting was going to be that, but the bigger 3D version, not invasive surgery,
And did you not have follow-up conversations about the invasive surgery, or did he just?
No, I mean, it's weird. Like that song, I just never got mix notes from him on. And I'm like, okay, but that's what happened the first time too. I think the first time we went back and forth for the first record. And then it just didn't make the record because it didn't quite get to what he wanted. So, and I was actually, when I got it back, I was actually surprised when I went back and listened to my first mix, like, ooh, I changed a lot on that, and it was actually kind of cool. But maybe that's the problem. And, so sometimes you just can't figure it out. And I think for me, that's one of my faults, is I'm always trying to figure out what people want, and I won't often just ignore it and do what I want and then see how that goes, which probably I should.
Well, I mean, but it can be a precarious. I mean, it can be a precarious thing. I mean, I have a recent, experience, I guess, in the last year where I sort of, I, I did that thing where I kind of did what I want, and I wasn't like ignoring. I wasn't also giving a lot of direction. And the rough mixes were so bizarre to me that I didn't really feel like I could honor them. It's just
Right.
like I felt like they were perspective in terms of like some balance, but just in terms of like spatially and tonally and like the way it all stacked up is like, this is not a reference for me. And yeah, I just never, I got some notes and it felt like we were progressing. I thought we were done. And then it's like, I mixed all these songs and it kind of comes back to me like, well, this is you got this one mix that nobody else can beat. So it's going to go on the album. But I'm like, well, okay, this kind of sucks, but okay. It's like, but that's the nature of it. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, because you work so much as a mixer, it's just like, I'm sure you experience that more often than not, because this is, like, that we're just of an age where it's like multiple people are mixing, even though that's not really part of the discussion, multiple people are mixing sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, the only thing I ever ask is to just sort of be kept in the loop. Like, I'm fine if I don't end up with something or whatever, but I hate to think I'm doing something and then it turns out I'm not. And, that's just weird. But whatever. I mean, no one is under any obligation to tell you what's going on.
No, as long as as long as you're paid for the job that you've been asked to do. I mean, you can't really, like.
So how much mixing do you do for other people these days? Not a whole lot, right?
Not a ton. I mean, well, I mean, let's see. I would say in the past year, I've mixed maybe half a dozen albums for outside.
That's quite a bit, actually. I mean, I don't know that I've mixed more than half a dozen albums in the last year. So,
well, I mean, so it's a couple of them are repeat customers, or, so it's like, yeah. So the most recent couple I can't talk about because no one knows that they've been made. So
yeah. So, no, fair enough. Now, do you feel like that is sort of, it's a great way to take a break from producing, and producing is a great way to take a break from mixing?
100%. I don't think I would not thrive if I only did, one or the other.
Right.
And as awesome as the relationship I had in recent years with Colton Lee as my sort of engineering partner, it is sort of twofold. I felt like, we had done a lot of great stuff together, but it's for him to really flourish with all his potential, that he kind of needed to sort of find opportunity outside of working with me, kind of get out of that a little bit. But then also I was like, okay, well, I feel more removed now from the engine, like the recording engineer job than I want to be, and also, so in the last few years, I have steered myself back to what I was doing 10 and 15, 20 years ago, where I'm the recording engineer, I'm the producer, I'm the mixer, and doing it all. I'm just doing less of it. I'm being more picky about what it is I choose to do. Just because I am in a very fortunate situation that I can do that. And so, yeah. But to answer the question, yes, for me, it's essential that I wear different hats and that I get to take a break and mix it up.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, look, I mean, there are some records I haven't mentioned. There's other stuff, but is there anything in particular like you feel like we've missed?
I mean, no, nothing that I've really like that I have burning in my brain that I want to say. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's tons of stuff we haven't talked about, but it's like I
Yeah.
can and I can say that just because I feel so grateful and fortunate to have had the career that I have up to this point. I mean, I would say that I am just I'm just looking to always get into other areas of around music and just dabble in other things and just I mean I just want to keep growing and challenging myself. That's like Luna. That's like why I'm so hooked on that and wanting to develop that because I like developing and stretching, developing things and being part of new things and just sort of stretching myself. I don't like being in long-term routines. They turn into ruts for me.
Well, and you mentioned earlier about the Facebook Music Initiative. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I mean, so I'm in a very fortunate position to where I have there's probably a lot of this that I can't probably you're not supposed to talk about, but the things that I
Well,
feel
then don't.
well, I feel confident that I can say that Facebook has an FMI program. FMI is Facebook Music Initiative, and Facebook, Instagram, you're able to use music with your posts, and like commercially released music. Well, now there's a license that's implicated, a use that's implicated by that, and so I think Facebook has had the foresight and just sort of as probably a good business decision to kind of create their own library of music that they own. So it's license free. It's uh, so and then also it's like there's a lot of platforms like Oculus and there's different like there's a lot of things that will eventually probably come into fruition. So they're kind of without knowing where the future is going to land. I think that they're kind of planning ahead. So they contract out creatives to create music works as works for hire that Facebook owns. So I am a contributor in that. So it's under contract, and I get my friends together and we collaborate and we just make music, all kinds of different music. But what is really great about the program is that they will license the music back to the creator. So they could work with an artist that's like a band or a singer songwriter, and that entity creates music for the program that Facebook uses, like owns and has the rights to, and it will get exposure in that system. People will be able to pair it with visuals or whatever else, so it'll get some exposure there. But then Facebook grants back a streaming license so that I can put out this music that I'm creating for them and earn the royalties from that. And so it's kind of a win-win.
Right.
They're helping to curate and create opportunity for artists to create their music that's in their system and license it back to them so they can put it out and put their name on it and build a platform for themselves. So that's something that I'm involved in, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been fun for me creatively because there's no agenda other than to create great music that myself and those that I'm working with like. We show up and there's no song that needs to be supported.
Right.
There isn't an artist and a lyric and an aesthetic and a profile that sort of defines what it is that we should probably do. It's not like it traps us, but there are no rules. There's no context. It's just like, and so it's really liberating and freeing and inspiring when we get together, because we get together and hang out and get to play and make music.
And are you playing guitar?
No, I mean I do a little bit of programming. I have played a little bit of guitar and keys on stuff, but not. I'm sort of like the bringing people together, curating the direction, the ideas. focusing the inspiration, pairing musicians together, sort of like, and then also being the recording engineer and the mixer. I'm not really contributing too much as a primary musician.
Right. Right. It
Maybe
sounds like
maybe
fun
maybe
though.
maybe we'll get there. Oh, it's a blast. It's been amazing. It's been amazing. It's been
That's
a lot of
awesome.
fun. And I've started just real quickly, the other current things. I've started an artist management company with a partner. We have 3 artists, which Oliver Hazard, Tishmal, and Robot Monster. Robot Monster, I discovered a sort of a rock duo that wasn't a band on Instagram, and we kind of formed a project around it. And we have an album recorded, which we'll be starting to release here really soon.
When?
Um, um, I work as the executive director of an audio branding company. So there's a company in England, in Manchester, that creates custom music for brands. It's like brand sound. The company's PHMG. And, I work to have the work I do with Universal Audio as, some product development. And it is, I guess it is a little bit of the marketing too, but I'm not, when I do stuff like the live streams and that stuff, I'm not there to sell something specifically. It's just like, it's a platform and a product that I'm interested in and I'm really using.
Right.
And I'm helping the development of it and the exposure of it. So in a way, because we do the live streams, it is marketing, but so all these things are other things that I'm doing. And I also have a hand in a media company that does golf media. So it's like I have a lot of things going, and it's all related to music and creativity and the things that I've always done. But it's like it's stretching me in new ways and new opportunities, and because I don't want to just be in the studio all the time,
Right.
So.
And everything informs everything else too. You get perspectives on like, well, because if you're doing nothing but being in the studio making the music, you sort of lose the perspective of like, well, what happens to it once it gets out of here? And when you can really envision where it can go and how it can be used, it can just be inspiring.
I'm totally inspired by it. And it's like really, yeah, I'm just very grateful for all these opportunities, and they're all really tied together. So it's like, it's not a terrible stretch. Some days are a bit hectic, managing emails and phone calls and whatever it is I'm, maybe perhaps mixing or, because when I'm in the studio producing or mixing, I really shut the rest of it off, so it's, so I have to play catch up and bounce back and forth, but I enjoy it. I'm more invigorated than ever by the diversity.
Right. Yeah, I think it's the sort of being freelance. It forces you to be an entrepreneur. You have to be. So why not branch out while you're at it?
All these things like a management company and, and developing these different things they've always been goals. It's just, I've now gotten to a place in my life where I can make good on some of it,
Right. That's awesome. As you should. As you should, with all your Grammy foam up on the top shelf.
I love my Grammy foam. You got some Grammy foam yourself.
I used to, but as we were saying beforehand, I have kept the statues. There's no question about that. But I've given away the Grammy foam. I think I've got the packing for one of them because people see it and like really love it and like, all right, man. Because it's like the Bizarro Grammy. It's a shadow Grammy or something.
It's a shadow Grammy. Yeah, it's a shadow box Grammy.
Yeah. Yeah. Should we get Mark in here for a little Q&A? Because I would imagine there are lots of people asking questions. You got a little bit of time for that?
Oh, of course, yeah. Do you have the time?
I do, because especially once we get to the Q&A, I can switch off.
Okay, let's go.
I never switch off. Hi, Mark. He's coming. There he is. Oh, but his mic's muted. Oh, we can't hear a word he's saying. Audio people. Nope, still can't hear you. Is this one of those where you have to restart your computer? It just says you're muted. There you go.
All right, cool.
All right.
There we go. Glad I didn't have to restart. Good to see you, Jacquire.
Good to see you too, Mark.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the first question today because I have a microphone. So with everything that you were just talking about. So you've done all of these records, and now you've started to kind of branch out and diversify yourself so much. Your schedule is completely insane,
Hmm.
and this is partly just to make a joke. After you get done putting on your pants one leg at a time,
Yeah.
how do you organize your day like to get all this stuff done? Is it kind of like a mixture of everything's coming at you differently every day, or you're kind of doing like, Mondays I'm dealing with this, Tuesdays I'm mixing, those sorts of things? Are you structuring your weeks out and stuff?
There is a significant amount of structure. There are weekly calls that are set up, for management stuff or with PHMG. I've always been someone that gets up pretty early because I like to have a little bit of time in the morning, answer emails, exercise, and I have structured in a lot of this stuff, and I just try to just be proactive and stay ahead of it. Really, it's what is difficult though is to do things on the spur of the moment. For me, because I'm also very protective of my weekends and family time and my personal time. So it's I'm usually 3 weeks out. It's like I'm pretty solid for the next 3 weeks at any given time, unless somebody kind of like cancels something on it and we got to move it. Then I sometimes get some windows of time. But yeah, it's just being very fluid and placing as much structure as I can into my day, and I have a lot of I don't do it by myself. I have a really great assistant, Dawson March, who helps me run the studio and has taken on a lot of responsibility in terms of the audio stuff that we do, and helping me with that. And then I have a management partner. I am needing to get. I have Dawson in the process of interviewing so he can have an intern. Because he kind of graduated from being an intern to the role that he has now. But as I am in all these other spaces, I'm putting more responsibility on him, and but I'm having him find an intern for the studio that will sort of answer more to him as opposed to me having an intern. And just have a lot of help. My wife is a tremendous help, just kind of taking care of our home life, taking care of me, helping me with, invoicing and just all the different, little things. So it's just like, it's a balancing act. Sometimes I overdo it and get, fatigued and, I just try and balance it. I'm in a real transitional part of my life too, where a lot of these endeavors I'm talking about they're new and they're kind of starting up, but I am starting to find the equilibrium with it all, and I'm also realizing that I need to just different ways of managing my time, and I'm only working on the things that I really want to work on now. I'm trying to only say yes to the things that I think will really matter in the end for myself, and that are, it's like, just try to be really discerning. Now, I'm sure that I'm going to miss out on some great things, but I also want to be doing all these other things. So I can't do it all. So it's like, you just gotta say, this is it.
Yeah, well, and I think we've proven that you've been pretty good about making the right decisions. So hopefully this continues.
Thank you for saying that, man. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to do my best. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's great. It also seems like you're doing it all.
I'm doing a lot. And I'm like, it's like, I'm, just like trying to spend as much time. I have like 2 sons. I have grandchildren. I'm addicted to golf. I love spending time with my wife. I don't see a lot of, so outside of all those things I just described, it doesn't leave a lot of time for being social. All my social time is built into all this stuff. I have a very social life, because there are a lot of people in my life, but I don't go out a lot. I don't do what a lot of people do for like their social life. I don't really have to. Now there's a trade-off with that. It's just like, like Vance Powell is one of my closest friends, it's just, I love that dude. But we don't see each other very much. It's because he's super busy and I'm super busy. And, it's like literally my studio is like 5 miles from where he lives. But, it's like, it's probably been 6 months since I've seen him. So it's like, that's just unfortunately the trade-off. But it's just really about priorities and balance. And I'm really also trying to focus on my health these days too. So
that's a wise thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna wedge one more in here. You guys are both extremely obviously successful at what you do, and you've done incredible things with incredible achievements, but you also both built families with kids and you stayed married. And I'm wondering if either of you guys have tips for people that are trying to manage balancing family life with what we do.
Andrew?
Well, look, first of all, I'm with the right person. I mean, that's obviously a huge part of any marriage, but with what we do, it's even more important that it's someone who understands from the very beginning what you do. Because like now, if I say I got to work all night, which of course now I don't even have to work all night usually, but if I said it like, oh, well, of course you do. You're a successful mixer. You have to work all night. But back when you're like doing it for free and you're like, I got to work all night for the next 3 weeks. I'm not going to see you, even though we have a young son. I had a wife who understood and also knew when it was like, you don't need to actually do that gig. And was really smart about it. So that is a huge part of it. I mean, that's all of it, actually, is just being with the right person who understands what you do. But then you've got to be, you have to make an effort. Because I know some people who are married their entire careers, but like missed the birth of children or stuff like that. And I suppose if the person you're with is okay with it, then that's what you can do. But you've got to prioritize for what makes sense for not only yourself, but the people you're with. Otherwise, you're not going to stay with them.
I mean, I have nothing to add other than Andrew nailed it on the head. And, it's like, thank you. My wife, Monet, is the right person and very understanding and supportive. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I was like, I didn't finish a Tom Waits record because my younger son was going to be born. I had to peace out. It's just like, that's just, that was a decision I had to make. And yeah, I mean, these things come and you just have to prioritize. I mean, everything that Andrew said is just so spot on. You have, and you have to work extra hard when you are home to be engaged and spend time with your children or, whatever, it's just like, I got up every day, even if I'd worked to 2 or 3 in the morning, I got up every day at like 6:30 just to sit at the breakfast table to see my son for 5 minutes, just because it's like, it's just like, I'm here, and I'm thinking about you. And that's, sometimes I'd go back to bed, sometimes I wouldn't. And that, but yeah, Andrew nailed it.
And I've had a studio at home for 30 years. So, and to the point where like I had to explain to my kids that, well, when I'm in the studio, I'm working, so I can't tie your shoes. You got to find your mom. Like, but they used to just wander in, like, tie my shoes. Like, all right. But it's that 5 minutes in the morning. It would be just as easy to not see your son for 3 weeks straight in that situation. But to make that 5-minute connection, as far as he's concerned, you've seen him every day. It's no big deal. You haven't been doing anything weird. Like, you've been around. And that is a big part of it.
Yeah.
Great answer. Thanks, guys. Awesome. That's something that I feel like we don't get to talk a lot about, and it's a challenge for a lot of people in our industry. So.
Yeah, and it's especially hard, as I was saying, when you're at the beginning of your career, it's not going well, to sort of justify the amount of time it takes, and you've got to be in a supportive relationship, no matter what you do. But I think with what we do, it's especially important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so moving on. Here's our top question of from CrowdQuest, our most upvoted question, and it's from Paul. And Paul says, "Hi, Jacquire. It seems every producer engineer has an aha moment in their career path. What was yours?"
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like I've had a lot of them. I don't know, or none. I'm not sure what it is. Which it is. Like an aha moment. I mean, as it relates to, I guess, I don't know, Mark. What I don't know. Aha moment in terms of realizing. What am I realizing? I don't know how to answer the question.
Yeah, right,
I feel so
right.
stupid, but not being able, it's like what aha moment. I mean, I feel like I have aha moments all the time as just like, cause
Yeah.
I'm just trying to keep my mind always open, it's just like to me, the power of being effective in a room full of creative people and being the producer, being the person that's supposed to guide the ship, is you need to be paying attention to everything that's going on around you. And you need to be like reading people, reading the room, and, trying to just trying to focus the energy in certain directions. Sometimes that means like doing absolutely nothing. Sometimes it means like getting in the middle of of a fight, or, it just depends. Aha moment. I mean, uh,
Was there anybody that, maybe you engineered on a session and you saw a producer doing something like that that kind of like clicked a light? You were like, ah, that's what a producer does.
uh, no, it's weird. I have my journey has been so all over the place and so fractured, and I've been in so many different environments, and it's just kind of like an accumulation of it. It's just like, because I started producing in my first assistant engineer job when they would throw me on the late night sessions. It's just like you just do it because that's what needed to be done to kind of get things to be better than they would be if you didn't step up to the plate, I guess, or try to be involved in that way. So I mean, I just don't know how to, because I wake up every day looking for the opportunity to have another aha moment. It's just like, or just because it's a lot of little things. I've never had like one big explosion of like thought in my life. It's just like this small little progression of step by step by step. And, I do really have a very long-term view on things. Uh, I look so far into the future, and I dream so far out, to inspire myself to have the energy to sort of keep going towards something. It's just so far. But I also know that the only way to really get there is through hard work and step by step by step. You just don't leap out there. It's just like, I mean, sometimes you might catch a ride on something that gets you really far, but that's not really dependable. It's just like, I know that I can depend on just taking another step. So I guess I don't know how to think about that the right way. I don't know. Right.
No.
Just,
Well,
That was the way.
I'll
Yeah.
answer it. I'll answer it sort of inside out, because I think there's like an aha concept that as you progress, you eventually get, but it doesn't happen in a moment. And it's the thing you sort of know intellectually, but you don't believe it, and then finally you start living it, which is to get rid of all of the motivations for doing stuff in a session other than what you're hearing. To only be thinking about the music and not be thinking about the fact that you think it looks cool if you do this, or someone will like it if you do this, and to just get to the music. And for me, it's that phrase, the only thing that matters is what comes out of the speakers. And I've turned it into a talk or whatever. But it's a really, really important concept, but it takes a long time to actually start living it in every situation when you're working on music. So it's an aha thing when you can get to it, but it never happens quick.
so yes. So I appreciate you saying that, because that's where I was stuck. But Andrew's exactly right. Exactly right.
So look, I'm going to ask the next one here, because I wrote this down. Well, I typed it. I have absolutely no idea why. At the end of the list of notes here, I just have the name Kevin Army. Why do I have that on this sheet? Is that from like I got a phone call, or is this something to do with you?
Kevin Army was an engineer, producer in the Bay Area, San Francisco, that worked on the second or third Green Day. He was like he was very influential in sort of like the sort of the punk rock scene that kind of Green Day came out of. And Kevin recorded a lot of those bands. I didn't know Kevin very well. Oh man, forgetting the record that he brought into Toast that I worked with him on. But I'm drawing a note. Either of you guys know the producer that did the first Maroon 5 album? He also did Faith No More.
Oh yeah. Got the same management as him. Yeah, absolutely. I will find that, or Mark will find it, because I'm spacing on his name.
I'm looking.
Super nice guy.
Is it Noah Pacific?
No, that would not be him. No, it's
Oh,
I'll find it.
If I've forgotten somebody's name temporarily that is listening, I apologize. You're probably not, but I apologize. Matt.
Yes, you're getting there. Hold on.
I'm feverishly searching.
This is ridiculous.
Chat room, help us.
Huh?
Matt Wallace.
The chat room.
Matt Wallace. Matt Wallace.
God,
I know that.
Sorry, Matt. Jesus.
Yeah, sorry,
Christ.
Matt. I mean, I know Matt and I have the same attorney, Jeffrey Light. I know Matt's an awesome dude. But Kevin worked a lot with Matt, from what I understand. I've never been in the studio with Matt. Yeah, Kevin had this. The one thing I remember two things that I remember very specifically about Kevin Army is that he loved recording guitars through the Altec 1567 tube mixers, the mono tube mixers. He would stack up a couple of those barrel connectors, the attenuators.
Yeah.
Because the signal coming in from the 57 on the Marshall cabinet was just like so hot for this mixer. But he would pummel the mixer with that signal, and that was like his record path for the guitar. And he was just getting so much saturation through that. I thought that was kind of a cool thing. I was like, ooh, I like that. And then he also positioned his overheads. I think he was just used to recording drums in low ceiling studios. Instead of putting them over the drums like this, he pointed them like they were cymbal high, pointed at the cymbals, like the parallel to the floor.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that. I've seen that from a few people. And what's weird is like it's really cool until they hit the cymbal, because then it waves.
Yes, that's why I don't like it. But so those are the two things. And he had them really wide, and they were pretty. They weren't super close. They were kind of like maybe 5 or 6 feet back. But those are the two things that really stand out from Kevin.
Well, there you go.
All right. Go.
I'm glad I brought him up. Very odd.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Next most upvoted question from Matt LaPlante. When you're learning to mix, in your opinion, is it better to mix a lot of songs fast with less attention to detail, or less songs with more attention to detail until you're happy?
Well, if I would say probably mix a bunch of stuff fast, because for me, and Andrew, I'd be interested to see what your process is. But these days, and this has kind of been growing and exponentially kind of building for me, is I like to mix as fast as I can. Now, fast is relative compared to the work that needs to be done, but just kind of get in there and react and kind of put it together, and then take a step away from it. Or just, sometimes what I'll do is I'll mix a whole album pretty fast and then go back and make mix notes, and then do like a revision where I slow down a little bit and I get a little bit more particular about things. I think overall for me, the process goes much faster. I get bogged down a lot less. And I'm not second guessing myself as much because I know that I'm a purpose built in a review process, but I'm also reacting creatively and essentially to what it is to kind of get it going. So as you're learning, I would choose the work fast and then take the result and figure out how to tinker with it and figure out what the few things that are essential to dig deeper on to then get it to a more fully realized place. Andrew?
No, I agree. I like that idea of going really fast and then giving yourself mix notes and coming back. Another interesting approach just while you're learning is, I don't know if they still do it this way, but Abbey Road Institute, when they first started, were teaching like the evolution of mixing. So you would start where all you could do was balance and it had to be in mono. Then you were allowed to have one EQ on the mix bus, but you're still just balancing and you're in mono. Then you could be in stereo, but still no individual processing on the tracks. And it just would force you to learn about balance and not like, oh, I got to tweak the EQ and scoop that thing out. Like, you can make it work with no EQ, no compression, no nothing, just balance. And then, so working within limitations to learn stuff, because the key is to learn how to make it sound like you want it to while keeping perspective. And so by moving fast, you keep your perspective. And by limiting the tool set, you're not going to get bogged down when you don't really understand how to deal with release times on a limiter. Like, who gives a shit about that? How about no limiters? And now get to work and just see what happens. So yeah, limit your tool set.
That's great. Awesome. I thought of a question that's never come up on any of these that we've done or any other Q&As.
Does it have to do with sandwiches or?
It does. Yeah, no. Well, sort of. Let's say a record is a sandwich. When you get a whole record to mix, do you send out each individual song as you finish the mix, or do you send out the record all at once for mix notes?
I used to send, well, I think it's a little bit now. I think for me, I think I would look to do it situationally. But I used to send them out one at a time, and I sort of just, you can get bogged down in that, and you kind of, you're not really, it does a couple things. You're making the artist wait a long time for each song to kind of come in. And they're also, everybody's nervous at the beginning of a mix project, right? So it's like that you're kind of like a little bit like, oh, they're going to like it. And they're waiting for that mix, anxious to hear something. And they maybe put too much, if it's not, if it's not exactly right, maybe they put too much emphasis on it not being right or getting too nitpicky. I kind of like the idea of at least sending them kind of in groups now of songs. Maybe like if you're mixing a whole album, maybe mix half of it and send it. But I've kind of now gotten into the habit of where I do the fast mix process, a little bit of a review process, and then I'll send it all. And what that helps do is, I feel like on the other end is like, it's kind of a lot to listen to, but it's the whole thing. It's like all the different places it's going to go. And I also know that I, in particular, learn the sound of the album over the course of the first few songs I'm mixing. Sometimes the first one can be the hardest because it does kind of, for me, because I do have a bit of a template, but I also am really respectful of what the sound of the record is and how to best, make it 3D and uplift it. So the first song is really critical in sort of setting the tone for the rest of the album. So sometimes you can kind of get the first mix close to where you want it to be, but it's not until you've mixed other ones, then you can kind of go back and visit it with perspective. I used to send them out more a song at a time. I've sort of found where that wasn't as valuable, and it was sort of, that was dictated in days past because of the technology we were using. We weren't able to jump around as much. Yeah. So you kind of like, you were forced to do that. Now, I think now that we have the ability to do like the process that Andrew and I are talking about, it's better to send songs out in multiples at least. And kind of take a little bit of the focus off just it being one song, and especially that first mix, that's the way that I would handle it. And even with an album that I mixed recently, I asked them to not come till I had a few days in, just so that I could mix on more than one thing. And then I could kind of hit them with, when they showed up, I could kind of like, okay, well, here's where I'm at on a few of these. And then the conversation just feels a little bit easier too, because there's more context and just a little bit more development.
Yeah.
Would you
I agree. I mean, I will almost always send the entire record at once, partially because I like to mix the entire record at once, because you get into such a headspace that you'll realize something about the room mics, and like, oh shit, that's what was going on in these other 4 songs, and you can go back and you change it, but you're not even going to remember that 2 days later. So you want to kind of take care of it all at once. If there's any sense of doubt about whether I'm the right person to mix the record, or if they've got other people going, and I feel like I need to kind of make sure we're going in the right direction, then I will work on the whole record, but I'll finish 3 songs. I hate sending batches of less than 3, because if you send 3, you might have totally missed it on 1, but if you totally miss it on more than 1 of 3, then you're not the right guy and you shouldn't mix the record. But generally, at least 2 out of the 3 are going to be fine, and it's just some mix notes. And otherwise, you put way too much pressure on that first mix, man. Holy shit, is that a lot of pressure. I hate it when they've got one song done early because it's going to be the single, and then you're going to get the rest of the record. It just... Yeah. But, I mean, so you do what you have to do, but 90% of the time, I send the whole record.
Yeah. I just had an aha moment.
Oh yeah, good.
So, yeah.
15 years ago, I used to I would lose sleep. I couldn't sleep. I was so worked up over getting not only the pressure to get that first mix out, soon, but then also just being able to let it go and send it and just sort of wait for the answer, it's like, am I fired already?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't miss that.
No.
Yeah, everyone I do, I send out song by song, and I don't think I'm ever going to do that again. So chat room on Crowdcast, I just started a poll, and you guys can vote whether you send out one at a time or a full album as well, and help me on my journey here of aha moments. Okay, so on to the next question. This is from Bunky Hunt, and he asks, can you talk about the amps and mic setup / signal path for the guitars on Aha Shake Heartbreak? Those tones are so damn good. From Bunky Hunt.
Thank you, man. They were using combo amps, so small, probably 15, 30 watts, nothing too beefy, small combo amps. I don't remember what they were. Kind of like maybe a Fender Tweed. I don't know if Caleb had started playing through his Matchless yet, maybe. But like I said, they were set up in a semicircle. So you got drums in the middle, and then the guitars. No, so it's like as I'm facing them, the drums in the middle. Matt was on my left, and then the Caleb's guitar. So the guitar amps flanked the drums, and then Jared on the bass was off on the farthest to the right. And the reason it was like that is because Caleb was standing in front of the band, in front of the drums, and I wanted his amp sort of hitting him in the face, not from the side. So Jared was over there. And like I said earlier, it was just 7 microphones. So the 7 microphones, I'll just give them all to you just for the context. I know you're asking about the guitars, but I had 4 87s. I had one D112, an SM7, and I had KM84s on the piano and for percussion. And then on the bass amp, I had a U47. So I used two of the 87s as overheads, and the kick drum, the D112 on the kick. I used an 87 on each guitar amp, and I used the U47 on the bass, SM7 on the vocal. And so, the amps are just sitting on the floor, and because of the deadness of the space, and kind of, it wasn't, it was open sounding, but not very lively because it was kind of a sound stage. I started with the bass. I know you asking about guitars. I keep talking about everything else. I started with the U47 too far off the bass cabinet. Cause I was curious about like the Paul McCartney thing with the Coles that Jeff Emmerich did, where it was way back off the amp and letting the low end develop. But that was no good because there was just too much leakage from everything else. So I got the bass, the U47 a lot closer to the cabinet. It was an acoustic, one of those old acoustic bass cabinets. And then the guitars, the 87s, I had them upside down so that the body, so the capsule was below the body. And I didn't put them right up against the amps. I would say they were not quite a foot off the amp, and they weren't like, if this is the speaker cone, right? I didn't have the diaphragm looking straight at it. I had the diaphragm kind of up here, kind of looking down. And I did that. The reason I did that is because I wanted to, it's close enough that I got a direct, pretty isolated sound, but I wanted to get a little bit of the sound coming up off the floor too. They were back, the mics were backed off about this far. I wanted to get just a little bit of the sound to develop because I only had one mic. I wasn't blending mics. And I also, in that space, I needed to let the sound develop a little bit. We were recording to tape. So the saturation and kind of gluing together compression was sort of just running the signal to the tape at just the right level. And we were using that TG console. So there's a bit of very simple EQ, no compression, one microphone, mic that way straight to tape. And the way that I had the guitar amps set up with those 87s was very, very similar on both of them. So there's the long answer.
Nice.
Wow. Cool. That's great. Okay. Next question. How are we doing on time? Everybody good?
I'm fine as long as y'all want me.
Cool. Okay. Next one is from Jimmy from Seattle. And he asks, what band or artist would be a dream come true for you to work with that more than likely you'll never get a chance to, and why?
I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I need to answer this text.
You should answer that text.
Yeah.
Do you have an answer for that one, Andrew?
I'm not prepared to answer that question because no, I don't know. For years I was chasing Motorpsycho, and now I've gotten to make like 5 records with him. So that was a good one. But back to you, Jacquire.
Yeah.
Nice. So
dream band.
My dream band.
But he's got a tag on the end of it that you'll likely never get a chance to work with.
Oh.
And I'm gonna like pre-exclude death here.
Yeah. It's kind of what, Andrew?
No, just, and the corollary is, with people you have worked with, is there anyone you've chased to work with and then gotten the opportunity?
No. I learned very early on, and with situations that maybe aren't, as well known, that I'm just not a good chaser, because it puts it has because I didn't really truly understand. I'm like, because when you're chasing something, you don't really know. It's like if you're chasing something, you're not close enough to it or familiar enough with what it actually is to know if you're the right partner for it. And I learned early on that just sort of by, I guess, circumstance, that I was more successful with the things that gravitated towards me, or the opportunities that I was in that sort of where I was able to flourish and grow. Anytime that I was in a situation where I tried to get myself closer than I was, where, like, you know, it's like not necessarily a wall was up, but it just wasn't like I wasn't fully invited in to the party. You know, I was there, but I wasn't like part of the cool kids, you know. Anytime I tried to be cool and be part of that crowd, it just, you know, I wasn't myself. And because I wasn't myself, it just never turned out well. And I just sort of learned early on that the things that that kind of came to me naturally were always the best things for me. You know, so I've been better at saying, like, I've been better at saying no to a few things than I have been trying to get a yes from something.
Well, then I think the really good answer is to look at your inspiration playlist, because that's the stuff you love. Mm-hmm. So if they want to know what you love that you haven't necessarily worked on, there you go.
Yeah. I used to think I wanted to work with you too, but that time has passed.
I think you're the only person on the planet who hasn't worked with them at this point.
Well,
I'm just kidding. We had a run on people who'd worked with you too for a bit.
It's been quite a few now.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, it's like I would have never imagined, like, even with all the lofty goals that I set for myself way back in the day, I would have never imagined that I would have had it as good as I've had it. So it's like I can't really get past like thinking I missed out on something.
No. Well, all right. So let me ask yet another slightly related question. Is there any recent record that you had nothing to do with that you think is awesome? Just a band we may not have heard of, just anything in particular you're listening to. And feel free to just say, I have no idea, because that's always the question that makes you blank.
Yeah. I'm going to truthfully say I have no clue.
All right.
No, don't know.
Fair enough.
I don't know. It's, my music listening habits are very sporadic. And I listen to, more than anything right now, I've just been listening to a lot of instrumental music. So I guess it's not as artist. I mean, that's not fair to say, but it's not as artist driven in the traditional sense that we as record makers are focused on.
Right. Well, who are you listening to? What sort of instrumental stuff?
Oh, it's just like random, like chill beats stuff, like, just like programmed, like really minimalist, somebody, what's it, Gets, I think it's like this trap music. I don't know. It's just random stuff. It's like, mostly I listen to like old music now. I don't know. The stuff I wish I'd recorded, but wasn't born yet.
Right.
Kind of thing. I don't
well,
know.
Again, that's back to your inspiration playlist. So I'm sure that's been put in the chat a couple of times, right? So
okay.
Cool. Next.
Okay. Next one from Olivier Peters. How does Luna currently fit in your workflow, and how would you compare it to Pro Tools or tape?
Okay. How does it fit in my workflow? That's all I'm using. It can be a little frustrating at times because it's not a fully realized platform, but it's, and it doesn't do everything that Pro Tools does yet. And that's fine, because it does enough of what I need it to do. And it fits the choices I'm making creatively, to the way I'm getting things done. So it's like, it's a very capable editor. It still has some room to grow in many areas, but I'm fully in it. I love recording with it, mixing especially with it. I've been mixing in it the longest because of the sound of it, and now with the console implementation, and the way that I could put different tape formulas on different instrumentation and kind of the sound of it. I'm using half of the plugins that I used to use. I've just got the hang of it. And another thing that I really love is that I can so to me, what sounds the best about analog that we've been chasing with digital for so long, and why we use so much compression and saturation and distortion, is because of the sort of inferior recording medium that is analog, but that we love because there's something about it, because there's a randomness to it. And it's not as static as digital. It has, I think those are some of the qualities that make it feel more human, in addition to that for most of recorded history and some of the most important recordings, that's how it was done. So it's imprinted on us that's the way music sounds. Like that's what feels nice. One of the things I love the most is that I automate the noise on and off on the tape machine emulations, because there just is no sound like this, that like that, just the way that interacts with the recorded sound and the way that it's reproduced. It's very familiar. It just feels right to me. And I just love using it. And I'm compressing a lot less these days. Parallel compression a lot less heavy-handed EQ. I can make choices. I mean, it used to be that we recorded to analog, that as engineers, we recorded the set, we prepared the sound to, based on the way that it would change with the medium. It's the way that it was stored and how it would play back. It's like, it was not a one-for-one thing. I mean, now with digital recording, the sound, it's not exact, because once it goes from input to where it's still air particles, and then it becomes static when you actually record it. To me, there is a difference in the sound of digital, just throughput and playback, but it's far closer than what it used to be when you were, listening to something on input, and then you printed it to tape, you recorded it and listened to it back. So, we used to engineer for the medium, and it's like you had to design the sound to kind of like come back based on how you were recording it or what you were recording it to. Now it's not really the same. So I'm not really sure what my point was with all that, but I just like that. I like what it gives me. That gives me character. I'm always looking for character in recordings. I'm always looking for that extra participation from not only just like the microphones and the room and the gear, but it's just like, I also really love that interaction with tape. And really, Luna is at a place now where to me, that's probably one of the best things about it. And it's really simple. It's a very organized, analog thought process of workflow. And it works for me. I can work super fast in it. And yeah, I just love the result. I honestly, I don't think my in the box mixes have ever sounded better. So
there you have it.
Awesome. We were talking a little bit about it before the show too, and you kind of mentioned how like some of the limitation stuff reminds you of the early days of Pro Tools.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty interesting.
It is, it's like Pro Tools Pro Tools has been around for decades. We've all gotten really used to it. Does a lot of really great whiz bang stuff. There's a lot of implementation that's built into it. It's had the luxury of growing with the technology. We're talking about Atmos mixing, and Luna's not there yet, but I'm quite certain it will get there. Pro Tools kind of has this place in, and this legacy of sort of being built up. But it's like 15, 20 years ago, it was a real pain in the ass. And, Luna's not like that far back, but it's like, I'm reminded of like when I used to struggle with things in Pro Tools and its limitations and it's where it fell short. And, and I did just fine. So, and what I prioritize above all is like the sound, and everything I just described is the reason that I'm willing to have less to work with, because I just don't need it. And it's just like, if I need to modify or simplify or be a little less ambitious, or if I need to go over to Pro Tools to do a small job, I'm willing to do it. I'd much rather prioritize that sound and my experience getting the sound over anything.
Great. Awesome. Okay. And we'll do a little shameless plug here. You have another live stream coming up with UA, right? To complete the Moon Taxi?
No, we already did that. We did that.
You guys did that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Great.
That's all right.
Awesome.
Way to go, Mark.
Everybody can go watch it right now.
We do, but we do
watch it now. It's better.
We do have some cool things. We do have some cool things in the works in the not so distant future. So stay tuned.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Do you set up, sorry, this question is from Rez. And Rez asks, do you set up your studio sends and buses in advance? If yes, does it set itself up organically, or do you have an idea of how you would like the tools laid out and construct it to your vision? So I think he's asking if you use a template.
Yeah, I would say that's a bit of the question. Yes, I do in general have a template. It's like I do kind of want to, because you get into habits, so it's like, and I like to be, when I sit down to a mix, it's like I do want to have like my vocal effects, a very sort of typical, not generic is the right word, but like what I would typically want to use sort of set up. Now, if a particular reverb is not the right reverb, I typically use couple reverbs on the vocal, couple delays on the vocal, some micro pitch shift. But, it's just like if the long reverb is not really quite the right palette of sound or color, or it doesn't really, so I'll switch it out. But that template and that structure is there, and it's important to sort of start that way as much as you can and have that structure so that you can be more free to sort of move along. So when you realize, oh, this thing wants a little bit of reverb, that you just turn the send up and there it is, as opposed to like, oh, this thing wants a little reverb, and then create the path. What reverb do I want to use? It's just like, it's much easier to just send the sound to the reverb. And like, most of the time that reverb sounds good. If it doesn't sound good, it's just like, oh, you just immediately know that, okay, I'm gonna switch out that to something else. It's just, I like to be in every facet of what we do, like record making, mixing, producing. I like to be as prepared as I can be without it being scripted or feeling confined in terms of structure. But I like to be as prepared as possible so that I can move as quickly as possible. The speed of creativity is like the way I like to say it, that I've thought enough about the process and thought about enough of what my vision is for the outcome, that I've put enough stuff in place so at least I'm able to sort of work effectively and quickly.
Yeah, I think some people will say, oh, having a template's a crutch and you'll just do the same thing over and over. And I would argue that you're being so uncreative, clearing the patch base, so to speak, and then patching up similar things over and over and over. It just start with everything, and that way you don't even think about it, and you'll change what's wrong every single time.
The only thing is complacency is the only thing that's going to be your enemy.
Yeah, so just don't be complacent.
Yeah, listen and is that great? If it's not great, then change it. It doesn't mean that, it's like.
Yeah, but there's nothing to say that something can't be great 80% of the time, and if so, start there.
Well, how many years did we work to get to a place where we understood what our template should be to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, and mine changes at least once a month. I'm doing a save as, and but
Yeah,
yeah,
but in general, it may not be all the same plugins, or you may not always use the same parallel paths, or the little
yeah.
tricks. And some records you might want to use some widening on the mix, and others don't need it. But wouldn't you say that 80% of the structure of your template is always intact
Oh
in
yeah,
some?
definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
So why do 80% of the work over and over and over and over again?
Exactly. That's what makes you uncreative, because you're tired from doing all that work.
Exactly. And didn't you spend years getting to the point where you knew that 80% of the template was the template?
Yeah.
So,
But by the same token, don't get a template from somebody else and just trust it. You gotta build your own. And you don't have to build it from scratch. You can take bits and pieces from all over the place, but understand what you're using and how it sounds and how it reacts to things. And yeah.
Andrew's template is on that site.
Yeah, it's an old version, but yeah.
it's a great template. It's a great place to, exactly what Andrew said. I mean, Andrew has a great template on PureMix. And it is, I would say, a good portion of it is something that still reflects what he's doing. It might be different plugins, but it's a great place to start. It's a great place to understand what the like a powerful structure is to work to jumping off point, and then you experiment and make it your own. Don't, like Andrew's exactly right. Do not trust what someone else it's nice to get compliments about like, hey, I use your presets all the time or whatever. It's like, well, I hope you adjust them. It's just like, it's a great reference point, and it's a great jumping off point, and in a way when you're learning to give you confidence. I mean, when I'm using something that's new and unfamiliar to me, I call it presets too, just to kind of get a feel of like how it works, but then I don't just simply use, presets.
Yeah, I mean, I used to pause and screenshot every video that Chad Blake did. Anytime there was anything on the screen, like, oh, what's he doing? What's he doing? And none of it ever works for me, ever.
Well, because that's Chad's brain.
Yeah. Yeah. He's definitely got his own brain.
Awesome. Okay, I have a question for both you guys. And
Okay.
this is great because we have both of you here for it. It's about Kaleo. So this is from Daniel Robert Caron, and he says, for both J and A, the guitars sound huge on the Kaleo albums, but yet they don't eat up the entire mix. Any thoughts on how they were tracked and mixed?
I'm sorry, I had to look at my phone again. One more time. Sorry.
Kaleo guitars.
Oh, no problem.
Guitars.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kaleo guitars sound huge, but don't eat up the mix. Thoughts on how they were tracked or mixed?
Well, I mean, I know they were, in terms of tracking, we multi-mic'd multiple cabinets and amps, and would, balance and typically take that combination of amps and microphones and, balance it on the desk to make a sound, and try to commit to, putting it in stereo or mono, kind of committing to it, and, changing guitars, finding the appropriate guitar and sound for the part. And pedals were involved too. And just trying to be consistent about, that sort of that type of execution. It really, guitar, especially because there's the fine detail of getting a sound right, because there's so much dynamic and tonal difference in up and down the neck and parts. It's just like, you kind of really have to craft the sound for the part oftentimes. And that sometimes takes just a little bit of work, especially changing guitars a lot is kind of key. Andrew, what would you say about mixing it?
Yeah, well, but also the guitar parts are very well thought out. They're not stomping on the vocal and the bass is doing something other than the guitar, which in some bands is what you want to do, and sometimes the bass is doubling the guitars, whatever that is. So there's room for them because musically there's room for them. That really is what defines it. I mean, and you can see it in the studio all the time, even while you're tracking, where like the band's working on a song and everything just sounds like shit and like, what the hell is going on? Nothing's working. And then you're like, well, all right, this isn't really working. Let's move on to another song. And you figure you'll sort it out. As soon as they start playing the other song, everything sounds amazing. Like, what the it sounds like you retuned the kit, changed out microphones, and it's just because there's something in the way that song is not working that is ruining the sound as well. So a really well-arranged, well-played song mixes itself, and you could mix it a million different ways, and it'd be hard to screw up. So specifically on that record, I don't remember anything in particular. I mean, for me, the parallel compression that the guitars are sharing with the vocals and the bass is always what really brings the guitars forward for me, because they can drive the bus whenever something else isn't happening. And then they sort of magically go underneath whatever is more important at the time, which is just whatever is louder, but they come right back up. And it's in a really transparent way that you don't hear them pumping or moving. And it's something you really couldn't do with fader rides, because it's a more granular level than that. But I don't remember doing anything specific on that record. So that was an odd answer that wasn't really an answer.
But I'm glad Andrew put a focus on, arranging of parts. And that is, absolutely essential. I kind of like just went right to like the sound part of it. But yeah, I mean, sound is always secondary to arrangement, because a good arrangement, just like in Andrew's example, it's like when the song's sorted out, when the parts are sorted out, and things just kind of mix themselves. So producing and engineering is not just about, EQs and mic selection and compression. It's I'm always talking about like the source is where you start to get a sound. But but the source of before the sound is the song and a good arrangement. And it's like, if you don't have that, none of it, the rest of it works. So if there's not clarity in a relationship that works, you're not going to be able to mix it into, success.
Just expanded on great sound starts at the source. That's crazy. I like that one. We should bookmark that one. Future bookmarker.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mark.
awesome. Cool. So I'm going to give you guys 2 rapid questions here.
Okay.
First one is...
My brain's getting a little leaky, so...
Yeah. We should probably... Yeah, now I'm looking at the time. We should probably move to, a couple rapid fires.
All right, super fast. Here we go. So simple question. How many instruments do you guys play, and which ones from JST at JST Studios?
Jacquire?
Andrew? I play probably 6 instruments, very mediocre.
Yeah, I'm the same. Pro Tools and I have played so many instruments on so many records. Like on the Low Roar records, especially this last one, I played a shitload of trumpet, which I hadn't played in about 10 years. Took a minute to get the valves moving again. Bass and harmonium, I play quite a bit. I use the modular all the time when I'm producing. Keyboards, I'm very mediocre at. But I can sit in front of a keyboard and find a part and play it and then get it recorded. And then even about a minute and a half later, I couldn't possibly play it again. It's just... Yeah. So, no, I would never subject other people to my musicianship, but I play a lot of stuff badly.
I'm the same, but I know how to finesse it into the, and I know I have a really good idea of what the part should be. And I have enough skill to kind of get some things down and then finesse it into place. I'd much prefer anyone else to play though. But sometimes there's a percussion part or a programming part or a vocal part that you just got to do.
And someone's blowing up.
That was me. Okay, this next one's for Andrew. Anyway, Andrew, are you secretly putting out experimental drone records?
No. Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. But I have a
Okay.
band name for when that does happen. But yeah, not yet.
That's amazing. Okay.
Who's ringing
and
here? What's
last-
going on here?
I'm sorry, that must be me.
That's all right.
My granddaughter's trying to FaceTime me.
I'd love that setting.
Oh, nice.
You should speak to her.
Hi, girls. I have to call you back, okay? Sorry. Love you.
But then some device hasn't realized that you've answered.
Won't let go.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Sorry.
That's all right. There we go.
All right.
All right. What do we got?
Okay,
What do we got to wrap it up?
Fast rapid fire. Kaleo vocal chain recording.
SM7, well, for SM7, Neve 1073, LA2A, done.
Awesome. All right. And that was for Daniel Robert. And our last one is from Sunny Greenwich. Hello from Ireland, Jacquire. I love your work. Do you start your mixes the same way, drums, vocals first, or through a template? Thanks for your time.
Yeah, I generally use a template of some sort and try to build one custom for each project or mix. You know, it's like with a starting template, and then kind of, especially the mix bus, really get the mix bus selection of things just right for the right tonality of the outcome. And do what I start with? I kind of just start with a general balance of everything. And kind of get a sense of it and some placement. And then, I typically then just go to the drums really quickly and kind of do some forensic work there and try to understand it, especially if it's something I haven't recorded, and then just kind of build it from there. You got to get the bottom end to kind of be right, and then you can kind of stack stuff on top of it. But I try to do it as quickly as possible. But yeah, to try to have an overall first listen.
There it is.
Ta-da!
Yeah. Great. So
Well, there
fun.
you have it.
We've been on for a long time.
Jacquire, man, and you said that no one would want this many hours of you, and you were wrong, because they do, and they're probably
more
asking about a
questions, too.
part 3, but
Yeah.
it'll happen. So for people next week, we're doing a mix tank takeover thing. So it'll be same time as normal, but I'll be listening to your mixes if you're a PureMix member and submit a mix. That's the way that works. And I'll say stupid shit after I listen. So that's what's going on. And then,
Last
hold on.
one's crazy.
Let me see what else is going on. And then, coming up next month, we got a couple of slouches, really. Manny Markin and Daryl Thorpe. But whatever. We'll talk to them. So that should be amazing. Jacquire, thank you so much for all your time. This has been absolutely amazing.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for your time, both of you.
All right. Well, I'm gonna mute us and go to the thanks for watching screen, and then you have to FaceTime your granddaughter. So
yes.
All right. We can
Bye.
see ya.